Right, hello chat. How's it going? Hopefully well. We're back to Elden Ring, the Convergence. Hello James, Jacoby, and Jess. Hello. I had something I was gonna say, like right at the beginning, but I kind of forgot. I'll keep it about, like I had something in mind to start with, but I kind of lost it. Anyway. Back to Elden Ring. Last time, I remember just being overwhelmed by, like, all the new magic, and just using magic in general. It's not a thing I've really done in Elden Ring. It's new for me. But, there's a lot of custom stuff. Oh, the new bosses. Was it about Zaxby's? No. Although, Zaxby's is the greatest fast food chain known to man. And it's just a fact. Like, if you've ever eaten there, you just know that it's true. Oh. That's what I was going to talk about. This that I'm sipping on very, very slowly. This will probably last me the whole stream, in all honesty. I got this big ass cup. Okay, I just had to make sure that this wasn't like one of those things where they put the name on the cup. Got this big ass cup of caffeine from Caribou. My mom was like, "You want anything at Caribou?" And I was like, "Actually, yeah. I'll take, if they've got like one of those things like Starbucks has, like those refreshers, then I'll have one of those." She was like, "What flavor do you want?" And I was like, "What flavors do they have?" And she listed some, and one of them was dragon fruit. And I was like, dragon fruit sounds pretty good. I'll take dragon fruit. Yeah, that's not a flavor that I get every day. And it gets here, and the Starbucks one, they use like lemonade as the base for it, so it's really, really sweet. And I start sipping on this, like, 30 minutes ago or so. And they use tea as a base, like unsweetened tea, which caught me very off guard when I took my first sip. I was like, whoa, I did not expect this to be dragon fruit flavored and also slightly bitter at the end of it. So I'm taking like tiny sips of it, where it's like, it's sweet when it first hits your mouth, and then it like turns bitter because it's still tea. It's a really odd experience. And there's not like a ton of flavoring to it either. Like the dragon fruit's kind of subtle. Wasn't a big fan. I think dragon fruit's pretty tasty. I haven't had it very much. Like I said, it's not one of those things you get all that commonly. Forgot I was doing this. Oh, custom magic. How I love custom magic. This is what modding was made for. Not only the dungeon overhaul, which is also cool, like, yeah, but the custom spells that go through walls and, like, clear out the entire alleyway. It's amazing. Not today, bitch. Also, hello, Corn. What's the bad news for Nintendo fans? I haven't heard any crazy Nintendo stuff this morning. My most recent bit of gaming news that I kept up on. You might have seen me message Tom about this in Discord, if you're someone who is commonly in the general chat. Oh, that's not the spell I wanted. But I ducked the arrows. The devs of the Silent Hill 2 remake, Bloober Team, are known for their psychological horror. Like, that's the thing that they make. They make psychological horror games. And in an interview, like last week, that I didn't see until this morning, they said that they were officially done making psychological horror games. And that after the Layers of Fear remake, which just came out like a couple weeks ago, by the way, zero marketing for that, but that is a thing that just came out. They said that after that game, they were completely done doing psychological horror. To which then, the interviewer logically is like, But aren't you guys making the Silent Hill 2 remake right now? Do you mean that after Silent Hill 2 you're done with psychological horror? To which the guy doing the interview for the studio responds, no. Silent Hill 2 will be fans' first taste of our new direction as a studio. And he also, like, literally used this wording, and he said that they were going for more mass market appeal with their future games. To which I and any other fan of Silent Hill 2 is going to read that interview and go, well, there goes any hope for that one. Oh boy, that is something to read. Nintendo just sold the most units in June that they have in the past 7 years. Nintendo's not likely to be motivated to put out a next-gen console anytime soon. Yeah, I know that, like, they are still workshopping new stuff, but, like, they're still workshopping stuff. Like, even, I know that a lot of people thought that one might be coming in the next year or two, but even, like, back a couple months ago, we were getting, like, insider reports about the various kinds of stuff that they were, like, testing out and experimenting with behind the scenes. So even then, like a couple months ago, even when people thought there was going to be a new console sometime soon, Nintendo was still, like, experimenting, just kind of being like, well, let's see what people might like. Like, even at that point in time, Nintendo just didn't even have, like, a general concept of what their what their next console might be going for. It may take the Switch 10 years beyond release. Obviously, I think that's a bad idea. With the things that I've said about the Switch, it should surprise no one, but it's Nintendo, so it doesn't shock me that they're like, oh, we just sold a bunch of new Switches? Maybe there's no rush for a new system. You know, we can keep making new games for the Switch. Like Metroid Prime 4. Saying. Not their biggest month ever, I think. That's still big, because, like, the Switch has been out for 6 years. So it would still be, like, the biggest sales month for June that they've had since the Switch came out, right? Like, that would still be really big for them. In the 7-year lifespan? Yeah, that's still really big. That's still definitely gonna make them go, wait a second. Do we need a new one? Don't think so. I definitely think Prime 4 is gonna be a Switch game. I'm gonna stand strong on that. I definitely, like, at most, it'll be like a simultaneous launch between the Switch and whatever comes next. But I know that they're developing Prime 4, like, right now. And so, obviously, if Nintendo doesn't even, like, have their next console labbed out, like, what are they developing for? They're gonna be working on a Switch dev kit. You imagine holiday season coming up with Zelda? It should sell very well still, and new Mario? Yeah. They, like, Nintendo hit such a gold mine with the Switch that they really don't have a good enough reason to move on outside of, like, you know, the hardware is underpowered, which, I mean, they're not really gonna care all that much. Like, as long as people keep buying it, they have no reason to care about whether it's underpowered or not. It was underpowered when it came out. Like, they knew that. That was never a concern with the Switch. The Switch just wasn't meant to be, like, a powerful system. I do know that I saw, like, a couple weeks ago that their general, like, benchmark goal for system power with the next one, whatever it might end up being in terms of final concept, they said that they're aiming to have about the power level, like, or sorry, I don't know how to say it, how to phrase it. They're looking to have about the processing power and stuff like that of, like, the Xbox Ones and the PS4s with their next system. So, like, even still, they're not, you know, they're not shooting all that high with whatever's coming next. Their internal goal right now is to meet the processing power of the console generation that came out in 2013. Which, if they're still going handheld, is still going to be pretty impressive for handheld, but like, they're still not shooting for home console, is what I'm saying. Like, that's not the big market they're really going for. It's depressing. Yeah, I mean, the Switch is like, it's more powerful than, like, even just to put into perspective, like, the Switch when it came out, it was a little better than like an Xbox 360 power-wise, but it wasn't that much better. And the Xbox 360 was 2005 or 6. Which one was it? Proves it can be on Switch, so I wouldn't be mad. The Prime Remaster looks very good and ran incredibly well. So I'm kind of there, where like Prime 4 at least, like the Zelda games on Switch don't run very well. But considering that Prime Remastered ran at 60 FPS and looked as good as it did on Switch, I would say Prime Remastered is the best looking game on the Switch. Easily. Like, they've proven that they can optimize it well enough to make it work. So if it is a Switch game, I'm not going to be super bothered if Prime 4 is a Switch game. Because, like, specifically that team, because they did the remaster in-house, they didn't, like, send it off to a support studio or anything like that. Like, they did their own remaster. So, they've proven that they can use the hardware to that sort of effect. I won't be bothered by them putting Prime 4 on Switch. Where it's like, I can't remember the actual team name. It's like, you know, Nintendo has like a bunch of internal studios that are all like designated with like different letter. I don't know how to say it, but like they literally have like A, B, C in terms of like their individual studios. And I don't remember which one it is that makes the Zelda games, like Breath of the Wild and Tears. Those guys definitely struggle with the scope of what they do on Switch hardware. Those guys are like the main reason I've complained about it so much. But the Prime Remaster ran great and looked really damn good. So I'll take it. God damn. I hate this enemy. The getting hit by the whip through the wall is not fun. And the fact that they fully target through that wall too. I saw a VOD randomizer for Tears of the Kingdom. Made me think about getting into that to play on PC. Zelda mods can definitely add a lot. I don't know what the state of emulating Tears of the Kingdom is like now. I know that I looked into it a little, like right around the time the game came out. Because I was at one point considering, since the whole game had leaked early, I was like, I'll buy a copy, like for my Switch. Because I don't want to not pay for a copy, but then I might just stream it off of an emulator to get it to like look and run better. I considered that back when the game came out. But at the time, there were a lot of like graphic bugs, or, like graphical issues and stuff if you played it on emulator, so I decided against it. And on top of that, emulating the game on launch day, people were just gonna think I pirated it anyway, like even if I did buy a copy. There's no getting around, like if I'm emulating the game on launch day, people are just gonna think I pirated it. People will not believe me when I say that I bought a copy. So it worked out like that too, because I was like, yeah, no one was gonna believe me anyway. That probably saved me a headache. It's probably gotten a lot better. But I don't know. Multi-platform will force Nintendo to launch a new system. Software's getting a little too nuts not to. Yeah, I think, like, obviously Tears is really pushing the Switch. Like, Tears, that's definitely the worst performance I've seen on any of my Switch games is on Tears. And adaptive resolution definitely helps it in some spots. And it also helps it look better in some spots. Because there are moments, and they're not common, but they happen, where Tears of the Kingdom is running at 1080p on dock. It's rare, but it does sometimes actually get up to 1080p. This dungeon is wild. But it's helping me to get my early stats, if nothing else. Yeah, Tears doesn't run well. Understatement of the year. So I feel like it kind of depends on the game. Because when you've got something like Prime Remastered, there's not much being loaded into the game at one time, because the levels are obviously on a much smaller scale. So it's easier to optimize, and like Mario Kart isn't super intense, Smash Bros isn't super intense on hardware, but Tears is really the game right now that it's like, this game is the reason we need a new console. We cannot keep putting out open world games on this scale with this hardware. Like, we just can't. It's not gonna keep working. The more that we push it, the worse it's gonna get. It's definitely one of those things where I'm like, I just hope Nintendo quit while they're ahead. They're not really ahead. Quit before they lose, I guess, because they're not necessarily ahead in terms of how well the game runs, but you know what I mean. Like, before it becomes a travesty, just move on. Just don't let it get that bad. Because, I mean, even beyond just the game dipping into 20 here and there, which, like, everyone, it's like, it's whatever. Ultra Hand, it can be annoying, but it's not a consistent 20 or anything. The weird thing with Tears of the Kingdom is the also very occasional, but, like, somewhat worrying, traversal stutter. Like, I've had it a handful of times in the last couple weeks just playing the game on stream, where, like, sometimes, mostly when I'm skydiving, but pretty much just, like, if you get moving too fast between areas, sometimes the game just, like, fully hitches. Like, there's a brief pause, like a little freeze, and then it continues, and it's just like, oh, we're pushing it now. It's mostly when I'm skydiving that it happens, especially with the bird suit, when you can get a lot of, like, horizontal movement with it. Not common, but the fact that it happens at all is like, oh boy. We need a new system, Nintendo. Hello, Dream Master, how's it going? I really like that they reworked this dungeon, because for anyone who's played Elden Ring, this is the one, like, in the starting cave, the one that you normally need the key to get open. Here in Convergence, I did not need to use a stone sword key to get it open. I just walked in, and instead of being the old dungeon, it's this. Like, they completely redid this dungeon. Which makes me very happy to see some reworking in the dungeons and stuff, because one of my biggest things with Elden Ring back when I played it for the first time last year was I talked a good bit about, like, there are so many dungeons and they all kind of use, like, 3 blueprints, and in terms of, like, each of those 3 blueprints, they feel so similar. Like, they don't feel like completely unique dungeons. But like this, it's still using that blueprint, but because of, like, the lighting and the post-processing and, like, all the foliage and stuff they've thrown in, and, like, bits of castle debris and shit, I'm like, this actually feels different. And it's wild because they're just using assets that exist in the game, but they're just putting them in places that FromSoft never put them, and they're making it feel really different. What stats do I need to bring up? Hold on. My sword scales... Yeah, if I wanted to bring up dex for scaling, like, I could. Do you go for the safe option and, like, pump vigor? I mean, when in doubt, when you have the runes and you don't know what else to scale, early on. It's like more health, I guess. It's never a bad thing. I could get more mind to spam spells more, but I don't think I need it yet. Yeah, I think Vigor's a good idea because it's just like more health does not hurt. It's such a good job reworking caves, catacombs, dungeons. They feel very on brand, but have unique themes for one another. Yeah, like the vanilla game, I mean, it was like a catacomb was a catacomb. And between the different catacombs, they didn't feel very different. Like they were kind of just all a catacomb, right? As soon as you start running into newly created, that's true. Even, there are bosses in this game that I never quite got the hang of. There are still vanilla bosses that run my shit from time to time. It happens. So the Vigor, if I don't know what else to scale, like obviously Intelligence and Arcane are like my main stats. They scale my spell damage, they scale my weapon damage. Like, obviously, it's also smart to be pumping those up. And mind, so that I can actually use the spells, like, frequently. But those are kind of the 4 stats. I was looking at my endurance being at 9, but really it's like, do I need endurance on this character? Like, my stamina feels fine. When I see my endurance is that low, it, like, instinctively, I'm like, oh, I need more than that. But honestly, do I? It's also because I play melee in these games always. Like, the fact that I'm even playing a witch is it's not normal for me. They sped some bosses up and slowed some down. Oh. Margit and Godric are juiced. A juiced Godric sounds amazing. I love that the heavy attack on this sword just shoots out like a little ice projectile. It makes this sword like really flexible. Cause like, yeah, I can just play melee hybrid and just go up and poke with it. But also, I can get some range out of it if I'm playing against enemies where I can, like, you know, take the time to do so. Like, these guys are super slow. So I can just, it doesn't have a whole lot of range on it, but I can kind of hang back and just hit them with the magic. No FP used either. Yeah, it's pretty, this is a badass, like, even just the fact that I'm still only using, like, the starting gear. I mean, I got new spells from the one boss in what's it called? Oh, I can't think of it. The manor that Ronnie is behind. The ghost horse boss. Ghost knight on a horse. Jesus Christ. Caria Manor. The boss in Caria Manor I got the new ice spells from. Which I did do a little bit of like running around on other classes for doing like a short about the mod. And I think that the spells are actually like fixed spawns. Like when I played on stream like last week, when I got the ice spells from the boss, I was like, I don't know if the ice spells that I just got from him always drop from him, or if there's like some sort of system where because I'm playing this class, like every certain amount of boss kills will drop me new spells or what. But it seems like it's actually fixed spawn from what I found. Because I booted up like the traditional knight class as one of them and just ran around for a bit as him. And like I went into an area where I found a bunch of new, I think it was like beast oriented, like the demi-humans, I mean. like beast-oriented, like incants and stuff in a chest there, which was definitely not related to the class in any way. But it was like, it was in a cave with a lot of demi-humans. It was related to the location. Certain bosses give you certain spells. Yeah, so I guess I just happened upon, like, a great first boss to fight, considering that he gave me, like, an upgraded arsenal of ice magic, right? Because if I had gone and fought another boss, I would not have gotten literally the 3 spells that I'm using right now. I swapped out all 3 of the, like, default spells for the 3 that he dropped, because they were all better. It's a really dope mod so far. And really, I said it the other day, too. But the thing that I like the most about it is that it doesn't necessarily, like, replace vanilla Elden Ring. Because it's such a different experience that, like, if you've played Elden Ring over and over and over, then you'd be way more inclined to play this, obviously. But this isn't the sort of mod that's anything like, you know, you recommend that someone just download this mod and play it for, like, their first playthrough of Elden Ring. Because some games, there are mods like that. That's like, if you're gonna play this game for the first time in 2023, you should probably do it with this mod, because it's just gonna make the game way better for you. Like, there are games like that. But that's not one, like, this isn't one of those mods, which I actually like. It's also, it's a mod that's more interesting if you've played Elden Ring, like, multiple times, and you know what's different. Like, you can appreciate what they actually did with it. I have to beat a new boss in Farum Azula for the final set. Dragon Cultist lightning spells. I had to defeat Vike in the mountaintops Evergaur. I still don't know how that's supposed to be pronounced. I don't think I'm ever gonna learn it at this rate. I want to find the new weapon in here. I'm determined. Did I pick it up already? I don't think I did. Right? No. All of these I found in other places. Unless the tree ever jail. Oh. Oh, the magic doesn't increase the damage. I was like, maybe it'll just, like, ignore the shield defense if I use spells. Nope. Yeah, I really like the way that they redesigned the, this would have been, this is a catacomb, right? Or a grave. It's like a catacomb. No, wait, this is, the catacombs are different. Now that I'm thinking about it, I remember what the catacombs look like. They're distinctly different from this. Similar, but this isn't a catacomb, I don't think. Grave, I guess. It's an Old English type spelling, same way in Game of Thrones. Instead of sir for knights, he uses sir. Yeah, I read Game of Thrones and I was, like, in 8th grade. Like, the first book. I can't remember what it's called. Is it something of ice and fire or whatever? I don't know. I read the first Game of Thrones in, like, 8th grade. Point being. And I remember being confused by some of, like, the Old English words that he actually, like, writes with in the book. A Song of Ice and Fire. I was actually close. I was like, is that even right? I couldn't remember. I read the book, I liked it, and then I watched the show, and I was like, honestly, I would just rather watch the show than read the book. Because even then, like, I read the book because, like, my middle school was doing that sort of thing where it's like, yeah, you gotta do a certain amount of, like, book reports per quarter, right? For English or whatever. And they'll let you choose whatever you would read for them. And I was like, well, Game of Thrones seems pretty dope. I can ranged battle you. This looks really sweet. Just like artistically, this shot right here. This looks sweet. This looks really cool. Someone's got an eye for lighting and composition here. Someone who worked on this clearly has the eye for it. An eye that I lack, that I do not have as a level designer. I can recognize it when I see it. I can't just, like, pull it out of my ass and make it when I'm working on a new level, though. It's the skill set that I probably lacked the most in terms of level design. Was, like, making it look interesting. Actually, when I was working on the, like, the arcadey shooter game with the team last year, one of my levels did, like, make the... Well, at the time, like, the final cut, so to speak, for, like, what we were gonna show investors and stuff. Where we only showed them, like, 4 of, like, the 14 or something maps that we had made, and one of them was mine. But, like, I did the layout and stuff, and then one of the actual level designers had to, like, take it from me once I had finished up, like, all the gameplay shit, and make it look pretty much. Like, he had to make it look nice, look presentable, because I just don't have the skill set for it. But clearly, someone on the mod team does. I probably shouldn't have even popped that. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, does it still? Okay. It's a roly-poly ball, which I'm still not thrilled about. I thought it was gonna be like the big horse statue things that I hate so much. Are they fading before it hits it? Yeah, they are. Okay. Oh, here he comes. Oh, here he comes. Oh, he's moving. It was an arcade type game. It was... I think I've mentioned that it was like roguelike. I say it was arcadey because we didn't have like the persistent progression done at the time that I was on the team, or even like implemented at all. Like there was no, like, you know, when you see like Hades and you've got people like getting unlocks between all their runs, we didn't have that. Like every run you had the same stuff available to you at the time that I was on it, so it kind of just played out more like an arcadey thing when I was there. The big ball scares me. Benefits of playing a magic user for this mod is that when the giant orb scares me, I can take it out from a safe distance. No runes for taking out the ball. Oh my god, this thing keeps going. Holy shit. This dungeon just keeps going. Also, hello, Perdos. There's like another fork with 2 entire paths splitting off of them, man. I thought I was really getting there. But no. There's still so much more here. Opinion on the Strokes? Oh. Remind me, song, like, their popular songs. I know the name. I just need to be sure that I'm thinking of the right band. Ooh. Oh, the adults are talking? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. It was not the band I was thinking of, but I have heard these guys. I don't know. Hold on, let me pull up my Spotify. I definitely know those songs. I know that I've heard those songs. Let me see. Whenever I can't think of something off the top of my head, I'm like, okay, how much of their music do I have on Spotify? I've got a decent bit. Oh, that's why I recognize the the first couple. But at least the adults are talking as like recent. I have like 5 songs of theirs. So it's one of those bands that like I know they're popular songs that I've just kind of heard at random. But it would be exaggerating to say that like I listen to them. Solid songs though. Solid handful of songs. That looks dangerous. Man, this dungeon really just goes. Like it keeps going. Was it this big in vanilla? Oh, there's something to my left. Oh, it's just, okay, he's making bubbles. Different strokes intended for different folks. I've also heard that. Don't know what people are talking about, but I've also heard that. As long as you guys are chilling, I'm chilling. You know, we can take our time here. And not go too fast. You know, this is a good pace. Hello? Oh man. Tea is such a weird drink for me. I never drink tea. It's because it's bitter. My sweet tooth does not like bitter things. This one is so odd because it's like it's like fruit flavored tea, but it's not sweetened tea. Like it's unsweetened tea with like dragon fruit juice and flavor like mixed in. So it's really bizarre. Because it's sweet for a second, and then it gets like the tea aftertaste to it. It's unusual. It's not bad, it's just every time I sip on it, I'm like, man, that's weird. That's not what I thought this would be like. Hello? Oh, is there a stake here? I can respawn at that, right? I think so. Because there's no way that I... Oh, goddamn. Oh, goddamn. Oh, what? I have a history with these guys. Let's see how OP the Frost Witch really is. Or isn't. Ooh. Let's do a little pokey. Oh my god. Whoa! Oh, yeah, fire hurts. Fire really hurts. Okay. At least I made it to the bottom and I can respawn there. We should be good. We should be fine. Steak. Whew. Well, then there's a whole path that I missed. At that point. There's something that I missed. I'll have to go back up after I kill the boss. I should have known that going down would bring me to the boss. Whoa! That was luck that I didn't take a hit there. I gotta figure out how to get around your fire again. The thing is, I've fought like one ulcerated tree spirit since my first playthrough of Elden Ring. So this is one of those bosses that I just do not know the moveset. Even though it's a vanilla boss, I don't know how to fight it. Oh, do I just run away from fire? Like if I just, okay, hold on. Might not be so bad. Ooh, that's, I was gonna say, that looks very bad. Ow! Oh! Oh, don't shoot fire at me. I love that this boss, like, clips through the walls and stuff when it does those big, like, leap attacks and stuff where it spins around. It's just a boss that is too big to be put in a space like this. Ow. I think this is the same boss that's in this grave normally, like in vanilla. I'm not 100% on that, but I think that that's true. I think it's the same guy. Oh, there we go. Hey, if I could do this in 2 tries, that won't be so bad. That'll have gone way better than expected when I saw him. Beautiful. And we're done. Easy clap. Golden seed. Sorry, I see the third one. What is... Oh, Remnant makes talismans and stuff. And glowing rune of the dragonkin. Several journeyman level. I have to figure out what the different levels mean. Dragonkin sorceries, though. Crag bolt. Wow, that's 5 of them? Frozen lightning state. Wait, frozen, you say? Right. Oh. Bubble spells and stuff make me think that maybe 1 or 2 of those is like the same stuff that the enemies were using on the way down. I could go back with the teleport thing, but I missed a path in here that I want to go check out. Because Korn said there's a cool weapon in here. So I need to find it. I need to see what it is. I do really love regenerating FP, like the passively regenning FP. Because in that boss, and I mean, like, you know, in terms of balance for a Soulsborne, you passively getting your magic back, like, as a fight goes on, does definitely make, like, a boss fight, or even just, like, a heavier enemy encounter a lot easier. But on the flip side, it keeps the pacing a lot higher. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I think I'm close enough to that stake to respawn at it anyway. But that was dumb to not roll there. Oh, I'm not? Oh, brother. Oh, God. Okay. He dropped a golden seed as well. So if dungeon bosses are going to be dropping golden seeds, I might need to fight more, more dungeon bosses. I do like bosses dropping golden seeds, to be very clear. I really like that. What do golden seeds do? They get you more healing flasks. It's the item that you trade for more heals. So I really like that he dropped that. Because in vanilla Elden Ring, you just have to go around the world and, like, find them in their set locations. I really like that the bosses, at least a couple of bosses, drop one. Hernan, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. I also like that these are all a mix of ice and lightning. They require really high intelligence. But I think I might use some of these. Like, Frozen Lightning Stake could be a very cool spell to mix in. I think an Ice Witch could, you know... If the Dragonkin spells happen to be ice-infused, maybe use a couple. Maybe I pump intelligence up. It's one of my core stats. Like, I could definitely pump it up early on. Oh wait, I forgot to actually use the golden seed. Hold on. I might need 2 for the next flask, though. That's also an Elden Ring thing. Where it's not just super linearly like 1 seed is 1 flask. This game, because there are so many more because of open world, it depends. Oh yeah, use 1. Okay. It only took 1. Next one will probably take 2. But that's going to be another adjustment thing after Dark Souls 2. Is I just have to remember that not every golden seed is going to get me a flask. Unfortunately. Dark Souls 2 is the same way. with like how you get more heals though. Where those items are also just like found in the world rather than like if you go and find this one optional boss, it'll drop you the item to get you another Estus or something. I definitely have no complaints about being pushed to explore dungeons more rather than just like run through the legacy dungeons, like the mainline stuff. Because really, whenever I've replayed Elden Ring, since that first playthrough where I did, like, explore everything, I've pretty much just, like, outside of the main story progression and stuff, I'll go to get whatever items I need from wherever I get them, like, for my build. But that's about all that I did as far as, like, extra dungeons and stuff in those extra playthroughs. This is kind of risky, kind of scary business, but I kind of remembered that I have 50-some thousand runes sitting at the bottom of this grave. I am going to rush to get those before anything bad happens to me. Because it's me playing Elden Ring right now, so bad things are going to happen. It's not if, but when. I always make a dumb mistake on Elden Ring. It's why my 50,000 runes are sitting down there in a pile in the first place. We're being feral today. Alright, Chaz. Ah! Oh god. I do not like you with the whip. Shit. I forget that I have, like, an insanely OP defensive spell. Yeah, Ice Witch kind of kicks ass. Like, they can't touch me in here. And I'm just able to hit them with the chip damage from this thing. Goodbye. You can't step in that. Only me. Ice Witch is good. I like Ice Witch. Oh, I missed this the first time down, too. I don't remember what glove warts do. There's my runes. Don't want to be losing those. No, thank you. I would prefer to keep them. Me personally. Can you not? Shit. And bow. And bow. Come here, you son of a bitch. Alright, I gotta figure out where that weapon is. If there's a cool weapon in here, I want it. Maybe I should run at least one Cerulean Tear Flask. Because, like, passive regen is a thing. But as I get further into the game, I feel like I'm gonna keep, like, progressively spamming my sorceries more. Maybe it's about time that I go back to using at least one blue flask. Because I've got plenty of heals. There's so much that I want to scale right now, though. It's kind of crazy how much this weirdly feels like I'm playing Elden Ring for the first time again. It's like I'm playing Elden Ring with, like, a vague understanding of where locations are and, like, what enemies do. But pretty much everything else, I'm like, I gotta figure this shit out. It feels weirdly similar to the Dark Souls 2 playthrough. You know, the one where I'm playing that game for the first time right now. I'm getting a similar feeling where I'm just like, I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna wing it as I go. I have no clear plan laid out right now. We play it as we figure things out. See what happens. I really like the way this looks. This dungeon is so cool. The way that they completely redid it is actually awesome. I love this. These runes are gonna be huge. Huge levels. Once I am done in here and I go back to the Grace, that's not gonna hit him. I'm not that close to him. Hear you. Trying to sneak up on me. Is there another one, or does that bubble, like, I think it loops around? I don't really know. Oh, shit. Give me the backstab. Is he not dead? Of course he's not. Come here. Ow. Oh boy. Let's not die again. You know what's scarier than leaving behind like a 50k rune pile? A 60k rune pile. I think it's best if I just avoid the death thing and I don't run the risk of losing all these runes. This dungeon feels like I'm definitely not intended to come back here as like one of the very first things I do in my playthrough. But when you start me in a completely different location than the normal game starts, my first instinct is like, well, what did they put back in the original spawn area? Hello? God damn it. There we go. Those are the scary ones. I do not like them. Oh, isn't there a boss in here? Okay. I'm gonna grab the item. Or like a mini boss. In vanilla there was. Oh. Underworld Great Mace, you say? Okay, no more mini boss in this room this time around. What is that on your hand? Is that a vanilla weapon? I don't know if I've seen that one before. It's like a whip with a tear on the, or not a tear, a mimic tear sort of thing on the end of it. I'm not thinking of what it's called right now. I'm blanking. It's a crazy whip though. The way that it like balled up on his hand. That was really cool. Okay. I have a feeling I won't really be able to use this. It's a strength intelligence weapon. It causes frost buildup and blood loss buildup. Huh. It only deals lightning damage. It does not deal physical damage. It only deals lightning damage. That's kind of nuts. Having two different kinds of like effect buildup on it, that's pretty crazy. I don't think I'm gonna use that. But that's one of those weapons that immediately I see it and I'm like, you could do a whole, like you could do a strength intelligence build on this mod and run that thing and it would probably go nuts. Being able to inflict blood loss and frost buildup at the same time while using that. And having Cragbolt Slam on it as well. Whatever the hell that means. I can infer, because I think Cragbolt was what at least one of those like dragon sorceries that I just got was, right? So it's like a big slam attack, like a magic slam attack on it as well. And I died. All right, I gotta run for my rune pile again. I can't leave that many runes down there this early. I gotta go back. I shouldn't have fought them, to be fair. Like, that was just me being kind of dumb. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm kind of just screwing around, in all honesty. Which I shouldn't be when I have that many runes. Like, I do not want to lose those. I am actually fairly nervous about losing like 70k runes at the point in the game where that's like 8 levels for me right now. So I would rather not leave that behind. You know, at like mid-level 30, that's a pretty good amount of runes. I really shouldn't be messing around as much as I am. I think charging that spell makes it go further. I've never noticed that until this moment. But I'm pretty sure that's what it's changing. It's not the damage on it. It's how far the spike trail goes. Jesus Christ. If I can slowly fight my way down, it'll definitely be safer. The rune pile's not super far in there at this point. So this is probably the safer option than like running to the rune pile and then fighting my way back. Could you guys not group up here and wait for me around the corner? Please? Oh god. Don't kill me. Please do not kill me. Ow. I deserved that one a little bit. Come on. Get up. Oh, that's not the spell I thought I had ready to go. Take this. The more I get used to this class, the more that I'm like, yep, I really like this class. Mikkel might have made the right call on this one. I feel like it's a good thing that I let chat choose what class that I went with. Because when I was looking at it, the class that caught my eye was also an intelligence arcane class. But it was the one that was, like, bleed-based. It was right next to the ice switch, like, on the list. But there was, like, an intelligence arcane bleed magic class, and I was like, dude. Considering there are so many new custom spells, and there's probably, like, actually good magics, or, like, bleed sorceries and stuff now, like arcane sorceries, I was very tempted. But then the meme of me only playing bleed builds in Elden Ring would have never died, if that's what I went with for the mod. I haven't seen The Witcher show. I've only played the first Witcher game, actually. I have not played Witcher 2 or 3 yet. I own a copy of Witcher 2. Oh! Alright, I lost the runes. The unthinkable happened. That one's on me. I think it's best if I don't dwell on that too long. Remnant crafting, because I forgot to do this earlier. Enhances critical hits, enhances guard counters, enhances final hit of chain attacks, charge attacks, enhances stamina reducing attacks against blockers. Oh, okay. So, I get it, I get it. Enhances the counter attacks that are unique to thrusting weapons. Not using counters. Enhances attacks on horseback? Is that for a horse build? Is that for a horse build? Are you serious right now? They put in a talisman that makes you deal more damage on horseback? Enhances jump attacks? Maybe. Attack power of skills. Meaning, like, Ashes of War, I'm pretty sure. With successive attacks. Raises max equip load. Throwing pots. There are so many options on this one. Raises attack power with lower equipment load. That's a really interesting one. Improves dodge rolling, but increases damage taken. That's a pretty crazy talisman. So gives you more iframes on your dodge roll, but increases the amount of damage you take when you actually get hit. I'm very interested in that. I have to say. Reduces damage taken from crits. That's vanilla, that's vanilla. That's vanilla. Raises defense when HP is at maximum. Critical hits restore HP and FP. I don't think that's vanilla. But there are two separate ones like that in vanilla. Like one where if you land a crit, it gets you health. One where if you land a crit, it gets you FP. I don't think there's a combined one in vanilla. Correct me if I'm wrong. One that does both. Successive attacks restore HP. There's a lot of interesting talismans here. I'm kind of torn between a handful. This one is good because I'm using like a little pokey sword. Here, let me stand up and demonstrate. It's good because this is how my sword works when I'm using melee, right? So raising damage like on successive attacks is good when I'm actually meleeing, for sure. There's other ones that kind of interest me. There's nothing here that's like stand out, I need that for what I'm doing, right? I'm really curious about that one. The increased iframes, but also increased damage taken. Maybe this one? Maybe the Assassin's Curio? Because, like, it'll come into play a lot more with, like, backstabs and stuff, rather than critical hits for me. Like, if I land a backstab, I get HP and FP back. I might just go with that for now. Like, I don't really know. This one's interesting, where successive attacks restore HP, because really, I don't know how many attacks I would need to land to get health back. And I'm not really like a full, like, I'm not a melee character, per se. I don't know. Nothing here is, like, amazing. I might go with the safe route. I know that Winged Sword Insignia will be fairly solid for what I'm using right now. And I'm assuming because there are so many options on here, that there are multiple combat remnants throughout the game. And that, like, inevitably, if you were to kill every boss and, like, loot every item, you could get, like, one of each of these. Is the assumption that I would make. I don't know that. But there are so many here that I'm like, there's no way that they give you, like, 15 different talismans and say you can only use one per playthrough of these 15. There's just no way that that's a thing. I'll definitely get another chance to, like, look at this selection. So I might just play it safe and use Winged Sword Insignia for now. Because Winged Sword Insignia works really well with thrusting swords, which I have. Now, the Physic Tiers, I think I've had these and I just forgot to craft them. That's my bad. Temporarily boost strength by 10. Is there one for intelligence? Mm-hmm. So these are all just stat boosters. Oh, you can get one where it... Oh, hold on. Is there an intelligence arcane one? Oh. One where it'll boost my intelligence and my arcane by 5. The Witch's Crystal tier. That's perfect. That is perfect. I will use that for sure. Enhances charged attacks by 15%. Makes attacks more likely to break enemy stances. Enhances skill attacks by 15%, jump attacks, ranged attacks, critical attacks, guard counter attacks, mounted attacks. There are talismans and physic tiers for a genuine torrent build in this mod. I don't know why, but there are. There's actually, like, you could make a torrent build from what I'm seeing. I like the creativity. Maybe someday I'll make a horse build. It sounds so ridiculous, though. Charged attacks or consecutive attacks would work. I think consecutive attacks is the safer play. That's another one where there's nothing on there that's incredible for what I'm playing right now. The Witch's Crystal tier is really good for what I'm playing right now. And I think that now that I have stuff for mixed physic, I can officially put it on my quick select. Let me go back and at least recover the runes that I just dropped like a dumbass. You son of a bitch. Why were you here? Why were you right at the bottom of the ladder? You've never been there. I've run this a handful of times. You've never been there. Oh, the running heavy doesn't shoot a projectile. Shit. You're not gonna step towards me? That's fine. I can play that game. Oh, did I ever equip? I did not equip my winged sword insignia. I forgot. It's so weird how I've played a lot of Elden Ring. I know Elden Ring, but this mod makes me feel like I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this lets me lean more into the melee hybrid that I was kind of going for at the start. It makes that more of an option, running winged sword insignia for now. I definitely don't think it's gonna be like a talisman that I run for the whole game or anything. But because I'm using a thrusting sword, for now, it definitely is a solid play. Just gonna get my rune pile down at the bottom of this ramp, and then I'm gonna be leaving this dungeon. Moving on to bigger and better things. I could go check out more dungeons, because I'm kind of curious about finding more of like the optional bosses now, since the one in this dungeon dropped me a golden seed and spells that were actually, again, good for me, like good for the build that I'm playing. Ice-based dragonkin spells will definitely work once my intelligence is high enough to use them. So, very interested in that. Oh shit, did Korn earlier, he said Margit got juiced, didn't he? I think he did say that Margit was one of the bosses that got juiced. If they buffed Margit, I am in for a treat. You know, me and Margit famously get along, and I definitely don't spend like an hour on Margit every single time. Margit and Godric? Jesus Christ, he did. Godric is... I'm happy that Godric got buffed, because he was always, like, a favorite boss of mine. But one... Like, he's a notoriously easy Elden Ring boss. Because he's so cool. But he had a really slow moveset that was, like, insanely easy to dodge. Like, pretty much everything in the moveset was easy to dodge. What is happening? So I'm glad that he got a buff. Margit, most people have Margit completely figured out at this point. And then there's me, who somehow, like, every single time we replay Elden Ring, I spend like an hour on Margit. To be fair, I also normally am like pushing my luck when I go up to Margit. Like, I always fight him earlier than I probably should, keeping in mind that I have a bit of a skill issue when it comes to him specifically. And yet every single time I replay the game, I'm like, yeah, I think we can go do Margit right now, when I probably shouldn't. Yeah, Godric is the dragon arm guy. Like, he's the one that I love, but the one that I really don't get to spend much time fighting whenever I replay the game. I'm just out of here. I hate that spot. I got my rune pile and I'm out. So if he got buffed to the point where he's actually gonna give me a run for my money, then I think I'm gonna really enjoy that buff. Got my runes. You know, it's definitely not as many runes as I had at that one point down here. But I do have the consumable, like, Newman rune. So let's see what we get from that. Now, every time that I see the word Newman, for the rest of my life, I'm going to think of Dead Island 2's story. It's a travesty. Like, I swear, every single time I've seen it since we played Dead Island 2 on stream, I have just immediately thought of, like, oh, it's like that one game that I'm never going to actually know how that story ends. Because, like, I might buy the expansions when they come around. I don't know. I liked Dead Island 2 gameplay-wise. Like, I thought it was a really fun game. But, man, that left such a bad taste in my mouth that they genuinely, like, left the story of the game on a cliffhanger so that they could complete the story in DLC, like in their expansions. They're like, oh yeah, if you buy the 2 expansions coming out in the next couple years, then you get to see how the story fully plays out. I'm like, really? I have to buy the expansions to see the end of the story? Oh boy, that was some stuttering. Tree Sentinel's gonna get his shit run. I'm still upset how they did the ending and I didn't even play the game. It was just so, like, what? Like, every single plot thread got left incomplete with the game's ending. It was crazy. The only, like, closure that we got was that, like, Sam B and, what was her name? Emma, like, actually escaped LA. That was, like, the only one of the plot threads that got closure in the end of that game. It was absurd. Like, there were so many questions left unanswered. I've never seen Tree Sentinel do that. Is that a thing that he does? Because I just don't play Magic. So I can't tell if that's, like, a new thing that they gave him, or if he's always done that and I've just never seen it. Because I've never sat here and spammed spells at him. Someone managed to beat Tree Sentinel first try. Man, Tree Sentinel, when I first played the game, was hilarious. Because I was like, yeah, I've played some Soulsborne games before. I can handle, you know, a tricky boss at the beginning. I'm a bit of a gamer myself. And he proceeded to kill me for like 2 hours straight before I finally gave up. A strength faith build with a golden halberd could be fun. I think really the thing with this mod that I'm noticing the most, like maybe the biggest reason that I would recommend someone to play it, is that with all the new spells and items, the build diversity is so much better than it's ever been in like vanilla Elden Ring. Like just the amount of creative builds that you could do. Hold on. Strengthen Ashes to +1? Ash of War? Weren't the Gloveworts in vanilla? They strengthened like your spirit summons, right? I'm not crazy about this. That's not what they did in vanilla. They did not upgrade your ashes. Someone's gotta fact check me on this one. There's no way in hell that that is something that they did. Oh, I want to go in the cave right here. Was the question? Hold on, what's the item called? The Grave Gloveworts. I think that in vanilla Elden Ring, they are used to upgrade like spirit summons, but here it says that they strengthen ashes. As in, like, this thing that I just did, where I put the mist down with my sword, it would upgrade that. And I guess subsequently also the buff that it puts on the sword. This cave, I love this cave. It's a teeny tiny cave, like literally one room of wolves and a boss fight. But this was like the first optional dungeon that I did on day one when I played Elden Ring, like on stream last year. This was the first optional dungeon I completed in Elden Ring, so I always come back to this cave. Because it's like, it's tiny. It's literally this pack of wolves and a boss. And it's nostalgia. Oh shit. Stay away from me. Don't kill me. Trying to pump my intelligence before my vigor now, so that I can use like those dragonkin incants. No boss? They took the boss out of here? You're shitting me. Used for upgrading standard spirit ashes. Oh, are they called spirit ashes? Okay, maybe. I didn't know they were called spirit ashes. I thought they were called like spirit summons or whatever. This is a starting class area now? Oh. Interesting. Very interesting. I really want to get up to be able to use those dragonkin incants, because of course, like the first optional boss I fight in the mod, like the first like little beast repellent torch. Was that a weapon? Was. Does it do what it says on the tin? Claw mark seal. Bestial devout. Faint rune of beast. So this is gonna be beast magic. Beast claw, gravel sling, and stone throw. Those are a little not on brand for me, gotta say. Keep certain creatures from attacking you? Oh, I just don't recognize it then. Starting to think I need an analytics anonymous at this point. I can't stop looking at numbers. Analytics are fun. It's False is someone like that. She really likes just like going through analytics and stuff. Keep most giant dogs, wolves, basilisks, etc. from attacking you. How much did I need for some of these again? I don't think I'm gonna use like all of them. Right? I definitely want this one. The Spear of Ice Lightning that you stab into the ground. I think that is a spell that I really want, personally. The lowest one I can use at 31. My armor is buffing my intelligence up to 29. If I got 2 more intelligence levels. I actually just bought a book to learn data analytics with soccer stats. It's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I've mentioned it before. In college, very early on when I moved to Florida, and it was still like COVID lockdown. So it was COVID lockdown because it was like September 2020. So it wasn't like full lockdown, but it was still like people mostly were staying at home. Like people were going out, but still kind of on like a, you know, you go out to like get groceries, maybe pick up food, like that sort of thing. But people were generally staying inside still. And I moved across the entire country. I was on the opposite end of the country. And I got addicted to Path of Exile for the first time. And that game made me like, wait, I think I might be a nerd. Because it made me realize that I really like numbers. Like in games at first. But then after I moved to YouTube, and YouTube has like all the different algorithm stuff and like analytics and all that, the numbers thing converted to YouTube as well for me, where I'm like, analytics are very fun. Yeah, and it's hilarious that I'm like a numbers guy, so to speak, because I'm also horrible at math. Like, really terrible at math. I do all my shit in Excel or with a calculator. Because mental math is not a skill that I have. It's just not. But, yeah, I definitely... Oy, I'm a numbers guy. It's the big thing I like with Elden Ring, like, comparatively to other Souls games, too. And, like, the one thing that does get me to replay Elden Ring over, like, Dark Souls is all the different, like, builds and stuff that you can do in this game compared to the older ones. Like, that's always been the main reason I replayed Elden Ring. I know number good when number go up. Over the next year, I'm going to need a new profession? Why? Oh, if the mortgage industry doesn't pick up. Yeah. Yeah. Like, housing in general in the US right now is just like, what is happening? That makes sense. That definitely makes sense. Because isn't there some really wacky shit going on with, like, the mortgage industry specifically right now? I can't remember it, but I feel like I heard about it. These guys are dropping smithing stones, which I don't really need, because I already bought a bunch from EG and upgraded to, like, +3, but I appreciate the thought, since I'm in such an early area. Flail, okay. Something I would like to see in, like, the full version of the mod, and this would be kind of weird. I don't, like, it's one of those things where I'm like, it would be cool, but I don't know how I would even do it. You should move to Japan, Italy, Austria, Switzerland, etc. Why? Just because of housing? All those places are paying people to come live in their small, dying towns and cities? What the hell? I don't know where I want to go right now. Where else could I go? Our housing market is going to shit? Yeah, I heard that the UK's is going bad too right now. Oh, I could check out the mines maybe? Like down by my dragon friend over here. Can I make it down this way on torrent? Probably best to go the normal way. I could check out the mines. I'm just thinking, like, what optional dungeons do I know, like, exactly where they are to go check out? Oh, that's just a healing one. Never mind. If it was an Ash, I would have wanted to check it out. Hold on, Corn. Corn. Since you're back. These. It says strengthen ashes. Does it still mean the summons when it says ashes? Or does it mean like ashes of war? The gloveworts. Did they always say ashes in the base game? I don't remember. I know that, like, summons are technically spirit ashes. Okay, so it still means just summons. Was it worded like that in vanilla, where it said strengthens ashes up to whatever? Because I read it in the inventory just now, and I was like, wait a second, did they change these? There's 100% gonna be a housing price crash soon. For, what's it called? For the US right now, it's kinda, like, for people my age at least, everyone, again, my age, is kinda like hoping that there is. Because the way it is right now, it's seriously like, people on the younger end of millennials and on the older end of Gen Z, owning a house is just not like a realistic prospect right now. Until you like really get going career-wise. Like owning a house in like mid-20s is not like a realistic expectation currently. Supply and demand issue, there's massive demand and no supply. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's really big yikes right now. But like, I don't see it getting fixed anytime soon. Oh, the auto pickup is so nice. Every time that I run up to something and it auto pickups, I'm just like, oh. I don't know who on the team was like, we should have it so when they just step over like a crafting item or whatever, it just automatically gets picked up. But they're doing it right. I wouldn't have changed that, probably, but thank God they did. It's just not something that I would have thought to change. But, oh, that's like the biggest quality of life thing so far. Is just not needing to spam Y everywhere I go in this game. To like pick up all the items and shit. Oh, there's a rat behind me. How did this happen? You heard about the Twitter drama? What Twitter drama? There's always Twitter drama. Like the thread stuff. My favorite recent Twitter drama, if you are talking in reference to the thread stuff with Elon. What? Which Twitter drama with Elon? Because there's a handful currently, even. But, my favorite recently is Elon saying that he's going to sue Meta over threads. Like, he's gonna sue them for plagiarism with threads. But it's like, you can't own an idea, Elon. Like, you can't just own the general concept of, like, a text-based social media platform. If that was the case, like, Vimeo wouldn't exist, because YouTube would have sued them. Granted, Vimeo isn't realistic competition, but in my mind, personally, from what I've seen so far, I don't think Threads is realistically gonna compete with Twitter all that much. I think trying to, like, out-Twitter is just not a thing that's gonna happen right now. Regardless of who you are, unless Twitter really goes to shit. I don't think that's a realistic thing that's gonna happen anytime soon. You can own logarithms and code? Yeah, I saw the thing where supposedly, like, Elon was saying that, like, they had someone who was under an NDA, like a former Twitter employee, not an NDA, sorry, a non-compete, go over to Threads and work on it. Meta currently, like, they gave a formal statement, and they're like, that is just blatantly untrue. Like, Meta pretty much said, like, if they want to take us to court over that, they can, because that's just not a true statement. So, I'm curious to see if that lawsuit actually does happen. Because one of them is lying out their ass. Either way, one of them is. So, I'm curious which one is, and how that would go down. I'm very interested in it right now. I actually forgot about that until you said it. The logarithms and code thing. Bitch. Logarithms, algorithms. Logarithms. I just read it and I was like, yep, logarithm. Algorithm. But yeah, thoughts on Grimace Shake? I haven't had it. Milkshakes aren't really my thing. Like, you know, an occasional milkshake is solid. But I haven't gone out to get a Grimace Shake. Apparently it's just blueberry flavored. Not sure about that. But I've seen people saying that it's genuinely just like a blueberry flavored milkshake. So I don't think I could like it. But it doesn't sound overly appealing when you say it's a blueberry flavored milkshake. It could be fine. I like a vanilla. Oh, that was a somber. Hold on, I'm gonna need that. Whatever's above it too, I probably want as well. Oh shit. Okay. Because of the accidental backstep, I kind of whiffed on that one. This time I got it. This time I got it. It's a rune. That's just a basic. I was hoping it would be a higher tier one. I don't need, like, basic sombers. I need the next step. I don't know if they're still just calling it, like, Somber Stone 2. I'm assuming they'll generally use the same thing. But I haven't seen the next tier of Somber Stones so far. But I need Somber 2s right now. The lightning spells are so sick. I got ice lightning spells, man, and I'm trying to get my intelligence up to be able to use them. Oh my god, I feel bad. Somber, large somber, great somber, beautiful. They're really going for, like, yeah, it's like the Dark Souls thing. God damn. Yeah, I almost feel like this is cheesy. But hey, I'm playing the class that chat told me I should use when we started out. I can't be blamed for this. I'm just using the game mechanics, that is all. It definitely feels cheesy. Like, it definitely feels like I shouldn't be able to do that. But I can. So I will. If it was a blueberry cheesecake shake, then we'd be talking. Okay, agreed. If it was a blueberry cheesecake, I would be a lot more interested. Oh, I did not mean to say leave. Tail swipe. Oh. Tail swipe. I think tail swipe is vanilla. Like, I know that the guy uses it in vanilla, but I think you can also get it as a player in vanilla. I'm not 100% on that. Cheesecake where? If the Grimace Shake was it like a blueberry cheesecake flavor, I would be a lot more interested in it. I will agree with that. Yeah, that is vanilla. I thought so. I couldn't remember if the player could use it or not, but I thought they could. Still nice that you can get it that early on, like that fairly easily as well, right? I'm going to the Patches Cave next, because I know that one is there too. I just want to go around and, like, fight all the optional bosses that I know, like, where their dungeons are, specifically. Because that one optional boss dropped a golden seed. So now I'm just like, I mean, if we're giving, like, dungeon bosses golden seeds and stuff, then I kind of want to go out and fight all of them that I know, like, where they are off the top of my head. Because it seems like I should really be venturing out. And he dropped, like, ice-based dragonkin spells. Like, hybrid ice and lightning spells that I definitely want to try out with this witch setup, like the ice witch setup. Sorry, frost witch. You know what I mean. The optional bosses, it feels like I have more reason to go out and do all the dungeons now. Because in vanilla, your rewards for doing the one-off dungeons would be like, you would get an item. And most of the time, that item would not be something that you would actually want to use. Because, like, builds are so specific. If you've played, like, Soulsborns, you kind of have an idea of how to actually do it. Like, most of the time that you found an item as a reward from one of these small dungeons, you wouldn't actually want that item, but you felt compelled to, like, go out just in case you found the good item. And sometimes you would, but it was not a common thing. So far for me in this mod, I've generally felt like doing the optional dungeons has been worth it. I really like the changes to the smaller dungeons. I love that they did the upgrade system more like Dark Souls. That's one of my favorite things so far. Just because I'm like, yeah, I like Dark Souls. The Elden Ring upgrade system wasn't bad. Like, it's not like it's a bad system in any way, shape, or form. But it wasn't as, like, straightforward as the Dark Souls system. Like, there's sort of just a convenience factor to the older style. Ah, shit. Help me! Help! Please! Oh my god. Ow. Stay away. Oh my god. Thank you. He's still running straight at me. I'm trying my best not to use Rena's barrier. Because it is such a cheese spell. Like, this is one of those fights where I would just win if I used Rena's barrier. This guy would not stand a chance if I just popped one of those spells. But I refuse to cheese that hard. I will not do it. I think Reduvia you'd normally get from him, right? Thank you, sir. See you around. Now I move into Patch's Cave. Or Murkwater Cave. I can never remember what this one is called. This is just Patch's Cave to me. It's not a small dungeon. But one of the bosses that I also have a lot of nostalgia for from first playthrough that I do know where he is. Well, I don't know exactly where he is, but I can always find him. He's somewhere up there. Like, I know relatively well enough. The, I can't remember what he's called, actually. The guy with the force sword. I can't remember even what, like, the big bad one at, like, the actual, like, named one. Like, way up. Oh, where is he? Like, here. Was where, like, the named one is. I can't remember his name, either. I just actually completely forgot their names, apparently. Oh, is it Bell-Bearing Hunter? Or something like that. Something like that. I'm generally on the right track. Elmer of the Briar. That's the named one. But yeah, I spent like over an hour getting my ass kicked by that guy when I was like level 15. Playing with just like an Uchi katana and the basic samurai armor. On like my first day of playing Elden Ring. I fought that guy over and over and over and he kicked my ass. I loved that guy. That's one of my best Elden Ring memories, is finding him early on and just bashing my head against the wall that boss was. Yes? Oh, shit. Buff me up. God, what's it called? Oh my god. The cracked tier that's buffing intelligence and arcane by 5 each is so good. Because it scales my damage, like, a lot. Those are my 2 core stats.
I knew you would. You're a lady of reason. Through and through.
I love Patches.
You're tarnished, like me. Now, how did I get that wrong? I took you for a demi-human or some such. Well, an innocent mistake, I assure you. Well, water under the bridge. Now we're squared up. How about we play nice from now on?
How about that?
A true lady of reason. just what I like about you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Patches. Patches the untethered. Tarnished like you, only free-spirited. Nomadic, you might say. Only for now, those retired soldiers turned bandits. They're paying for my gruel. In exchange for my, well, showing them the ropes. But honestly, this looting racket is bloody terrifying. Frankly, I'm ready to wash my hands clean. Maybe set up a legitimate shop. So don't be a stranger. I'll be ready to wheel and deal come next time.
Patches being in every FromSoft game is the goofiest shit to me.
Back for another visit, friend. I'll be ready to wheel and deal come next time.
He's just the cross-universe character.
I'll be ready to.
Oh, that's right. You have to like leave and come back for him to be selling items. Does he sell anything? They probably changed his inventory a little bit. I was gonna say, does he even like sell anything that I would want? But they very well could have changed it up, shuffled around what he actually has. I think it's worth a look. Are these guys gonna be spawned? Yeah, they are spawned back in. That's whatever. What the hell was that noise? That was really loud. Was that like an alarm? Because these guys all jumped up. Shit. No mist. There we go. I gotta remember to use it more often, since it buffs the sword up. Spent a few hours learning Godskin Apostle. Apostle parryable moves. Apossible. There's the brain reads faster than mouth speaks effect. Yeah, those guys, I love their movesets in general.
Well, it's all a bit ad hoc, but I'm sure you'll find something. And welcome to Patches Emporium. Need a refund, because everything's top notch.
Good old Patches Emporium. Old Pickled Foulfoot, those are significantly cheaper than in vanilla. What? Am I wrong? They're not that cheap in vanilla. They can't be. Oh. Was this a vanilla item? I don't recognize this. This is it's like the ring from Dark Souls. I can't remember what it's called. It is a talisman. Is this a vanilla thing? I don't remember. Briefly binds Margit. I don't want to use that. I don't want to buy that. I'm gonna buy the Foul Feet, of course. I think I'll buy one of these. This is a talisman, I think, right? What is this again? Is it a consumable? I don't remember. I think it is a consumable, actually. I don't remember. I've never used it. I've never used the Margit's Shackle. I've never wanted to. On my first playthrough, I didn't know it was a thing before I killed Margit. And ever since, when I have known... Oh, shit. Where am I going? I haven't wanted to use it.
Well, well, well. I should have known, you scheming little thief. The gods demand vengeance. Vengeance!
Huh? How many times am I gonna ask, is this vanilla or not, throughout this run? If this is, I don't think I ever saw this. Huh. That's a bear. I can take him. Oh, I don't know if I can. He seems a bit on the tanky side. For my taste. Rune Bear! Why did I decide to challenge the Rune Bear? I knew how this was gonna end. Ah! It's okay, if you panic roll, you win in this game. It's a true fact. It's the way Miyazaki intended. put me down! No, no! Oh my god. I'm alive. For now. Stay back. Oh, don't grab me again. Jesus Christmas. Get away. Stay away. No, thank you. Bitch, stay back. Ah, shit. God damn. Ah! There's a second one. I'm strong enough. I don't need the heals. I trained with the first one, now I'm ready. Clearly. That's why I'm panic rolling. Because I'm so prepared. Shit. Shit. Oh god. I think I need to use it. Why did I do that? It doesn't work on him. It just deals, like, chip damage when he's in it. Oh my god. Have you ever been in a situation that made you say, well, well, well? I don't think so. I don't think that's, like, an actual phrase that I've unironically used. I've probably said it jokingly, like, at some point. Can't fast travel out. That's right. I think this is in vanilla. Pretty sure. Getting teleported here. I vaguely remember doing this once upon a time. Maybe I should just go down this to get the grace at the bottom. It'll make it a lot easier to fast travel down here later. I'm not gonna go down to Siofra right now, but I'll grab the grace just because I'm here, and then I can travel wherever afterwards, and this will just be open. What else could I do before Margit? I'm trying to think. Oh, the bell-bearing hunter. I think I'm remembering his name right. I'm pretty sure. I could go get the Dectus, like, lift medallion from the fort, like, in southern Limgrave. They won't have changed this area up, right? Because this is not an area that needed an overhaul at all, in my opinion. This is one of the coolest moments on a first go-through of the game. Like, oh, a random elevator in the middle of the woods. And then you go so deep underground and you see this, and it's just like, what the hell am I playing? Oh. Oh, also, I haven't mentioned it at all today. The new video is pretty close to done. It's at one of those weird points where it's like, it might be ready to go tomorrow morning, and if it is ready to go, then I'll put it up tomorrow morning at, like, you know, I post like 9 a.m. my time. So, like, if it is ready, then sure, I'll just put it up if it's done. But if it's not, and it will probably be Wednesday morning. Like, if it's not done by tomorrow morning, it will only take me another day. It's at the point where, like, it's mostly edited. I have a weird thing that I haven't had before where, like, the video is completely edited in terms of, like, my voiceover is done and all the clips that are playing over it are, like, put together and everything. But there's a couple spots where I want to go back into the game and get, like, some better shots than what I have recorded. What's a melted mushroom? So I'm gonna actually need to go back and play it some more to get those shots. Do we get a teaser for the video? I could hint at what the game is. It is a... What do I want to say? There are two hints that I could give. Both of them are pretty spot on. Not spot on, sorry. Both of them are pretty direct. Like, both of them would make it so that it wouldn't take a genius to figure out what the video is. Which makes me not want to say either of those that I have in mind, because I'm like, I feel like those are too easy. If I gave both of the hints together, there's literally only one option it could be, so people would just immediately know if I gave both. Good thing chat aren't geniuses. Oh, there was literally a golden seed sitting there. Yup. Even at 145, rune bears give me anxiety. Man, they are scary bastards. Alright, pick a number 1 or 2, and I'll just give the hint. It'll either be the first or the second hint that I thought of. I'll only give 1. 2. It is going back to the origins of a franchise that has a release coming up this year that I'm going to cover. That's your hint. That it narrows it down a good bit. It's like, it's a franchise that has a game coming up that I'm going to play on stream and stuff and do videos for and all that. And the video is about the original game in that franchise. Googling games being released this year. Yeah, so the Bell-Bearing Hunter's somewhere down there. It's still only asking me for 1 golden seed per flask. Which, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think at this point it would be asking for at least 2 in vanilla. I don't think that at this point in the game it would only take 1 golden seed to get your 8th flask. Have they, like, made it so you can get more flasks in total? Or what? Like, what's going on with this? Why is it only asking me for 1 flask per seed at this point? A large smithing stone. I think I need 2 of those right now to upgrade the staff. The staff is the one using, like, normal smithing stones. The sword is using sombers. But my staff is at +4, I think. Yeah, it is. So I need another large smithing stone. Oh yeah, there's the hut. And he spawns in the hut at night. Is the NPC still there? Yeah, I can see him right now. He's still here. This guy has one of the coolest armor sets in the game. I love this guy's armor. I don't feel bad about killing him that one time to steal his armor. I really don't. He has some dope-ass armor.
Not seen you before. Name's Bernard. Tarnished, just like you. Let me ask you something. Are you here in the lands between to take up the fight? Does your faith in the guidance of grace hold firm, despite the collapse of the Golden Order?
Yes.
Yes, you're a Tarnished through and through. Takes me back. But that's a quality needed now more than ever. Any interest in bearing the torch of my battle arts?
Potentially.
All I know is the sword. Picked up a fair few tricks in my time, too. Now's the time to pass them on. To a good and proper Tarnished, like you.
Yeah, he's an ashes vendor. I don't think I'll use any of them. Unless they've got something. Yeah. Oh, quick step? Is that vanilla? Quick step? I don't remember this being a thing. Is it literally just allows for circling around locked on targets? Is that vanilla? Like a dash? Ash of War, pretty much? I know a lot of these are. If not most of them. Other than the helmet, Beast Armor's pretty sick. Yeah, I don't like his helmet. I would agree, but like, he doesn't even wear it. The rest, like the whole rest of the set is dope.
Well, there's no rush.
It's one of my favorites.
Knowledge of the arts can wait another day.
Yeah, I can. I remember when I first played last year, and I came back at nighttime, and the boss was here. And I thought that the guy, like, turned into the bell-bearing hunter at night. And everyone in chat was like, no, dumbass, that's not what's happening. He just happens to leave the shack and there's a hunter there. I'm like, oh, okay then. I still think it's cooler to imagine, you know, headcanon that he turns into the bell-bearing hunter at nighttime, personally. But, alright. That's cool. There's a new Settlers game coming out this year? There is? I didn't even know that. I feel like there's a good handful of games this year that weirdly, like, just aren't getting much advertising. I don't know. I actually just found out this morning. Oh yeah, the Alone in the Dark remake, or sorry, reboot. I don't think it's a remake. I think it is a remake. I don't remember, honestly. But the Alone in the Dark remake, I think it was a remake of the original. Apparently has like a locked-in release date for like late October. If you don't know, Alone in the Dark is like the birthplace of the survival horror genre. It was the first ever like survival horror game. It predates Resident Evil by a few years. It's actually the inspiration for the original Resident Evil, is the original Alone in the Dark. And it's getting a remake this year that comes out in October. And I'm the kind of person who would actually know about a survival horror remake coming out this year, and I had no idea about that until this morning. So, like, it's getting no advertising. I don't know why Bell-Bearing Hunter isn't spawning. I just watched a video about how Armored Core is getting very minimal marketing. It's definitely less marketing than I have come to expect from FromSoft. Like, when I hear minimal marketing, I think of games that's like, I'm actively interested in the game and I don't even know the release date, like Alone in the Dark, because they're just not really marketing at all. But compared to Elden Ring's marketing, it's crazy how little Armored Core 6 is getting. And Armored Core 6 looks great. Is the Bell-Bearing Hunter just not here anymore? Like, what's going on? It's nighttime. Like, what's happening, man? I don't know what's happening. Yeah, no Bell-Bearing Hunter here anymore, I guess? They must have moved him. Or something. Because he's just not spawning. Am I doing it wrong? Like, am I remembering this wrong? Oh, you have to talk to him 2 separate times? My bad. Outside of this stream? Yeah, I mean...
There's a myriad of battle arts in these lands.
It's a bit of a niche game.
Mementos of all the warriors who raised their arms in battle, lost and died. A fine tale, all told, of true chivalric romance. That's how I fell in love with the sword and the arts of combat. It grants meaning even to falling in battle, to death itself.
Very nice.
Not floating your boat, eh? Well, there's no rush. Knowledge.
Alright, let's see. Is it spawned now? Okay, the guy is gone. Sorry. Sorry, friend. Had to do it. Oh shit, that has more reach than I remember. Huh. Ah, shit. Oh! I rolled into it. Why am I rolling back towards him? It's habit from playing Melee normally. I just spawned the pack of wolves, and he just decimated them. Thank you, friend. That would hype massively. That's true. I definitely... I don't think they will might do a demo. I think they very well might do a thing with like creators, like what they did with Elden Ring, where people like Vati Vidya got to play like a tech demo like a month ahead of time. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that soon, considering Armored Core 6 is like a month and a half away. Like in the next couple weeks, it wouldn't shock me if there's a video from Vati. I feel like you have to pronounce the T with his name. Where it's just like, I've played the first 2 hours of Armored Core 6. That would not shock me at all. Because I distinctly remember, like, a solid month before Elden Ring came out, him getting to do a video where he was like, I've played so many hours of Elden Ring. Because he got a demo that lets you go, like, through the entirety of Limgrave, pretty much, if I remember right. Like, a month or so before that game. They did 2 network tests with Elden Ring. I thought they just did the 1. I feel like they'll do... Well, I don't know if Armored Core 6 will have any, like, online component. I don't think that series has ever had online. I don't know a whole lot about Armored Core. I've been trying to learn more because the gameplay trailer for Armored Core 6 made me very interested. Where, like, the initial reveal, I was like, okay, maybe because it's FromSoft, but nothing in that reveal trailer was necessarily like, I need to play this. But then they dropped that gameplay trailer like a couple months ago, and I was like, oh, never mind, I'm going to play that. Like, the music and the gameplay that they showed in that, I was like, that is a game that is right up my alley. Can you give an elevator pitch of Armored Core? Some people say it's like Mech Souls, and others say it's not. It's not a Souls game. What, like, at first I thought that the gameplay trailer for Armored Core 6 did look kind of like vaguely Souls-like. But then I went back and, like, I watched other people do, like, breakdowns of what the series has historically been like. Because it's a series that hasn't had a new game in, like, 15 years. So you have to kind of, like, go back and see what it used to be, right? The older games are pretty much, like, insane amounts of customization for your mech. Like, we're talking literal hundreds of components that you can mix and match with the mech. To, like, make a custom build for it. And it's really like a mech third-person shooter combat game. With just an absurd... It's been described as, like, mech porn. And it looks amazing. Honestly, like, just the amount of cool shit that you can do with your mech. Where it's like, if you want to build one where it's more, like, lightweight and you run around super fast and, like, blast things with an SMG... you can do that. If you want to do one that's like on tank tracks and it's literally like a mech tank with like dual rocket launchers mounted on the shoulders, you can do that. It looks really dope, but it's definitely not Souls. You could put a laser sword on one of the arms that acts as a melee attack, where it's like you press button and you'll do a dash forward and hit them with a laser sword. That's cool. There's just a lot there. It's pretty much like a mech combat game, just with absurd amounts of customization. And the, like, the lore and the storytelling, to my understanding, is actually a good bit like FromSoft's, like, Souls games are today. Where it's like very desolate, I guess is the word. I don't really know how to describe it. But it was definitely, like, it seems familiar to what they do nowadays in terms of, like, their stories and worlds and stuff. Oh, Jesus. Maybe I do need a little more stamina. Like, just a little bit. Now that there's a much more mobile boss that I'm trying to, like, spam and dodge pretty quickly, I'm like, okay, maybe I do need some more. Oh, I keep forgetting to use Physic. That literally just buffs my damage. There's no reason that I haven't been using that other than I was forgetting to. Oh. Oh, that's right, I'm out. I'm not using Cerulean Tears at all. I forget. Oh, god damn! Oh, I panic rolled. Shit. He's kicking my ass again. Fighting an ancient dragon when all your damage is lightning is no bueno. That would be no bueno. That Armored Core 6 gameplay trailer. Like, if you want to just see some cool clips of the game being played and see if it seems like your thing, the gameplay trailer from a couple months ago, it will do that. Honestly, I loved the music in that trailer. Like, I said the music earlier as one of the things, but like, the music was so good in that trailer. Like, Elden Ring is a game where I'm like, the music is amazing in this game, but it's not a soundtrack that I'm gonna, like, listen to. Like, I'm gonna just pull up the soundtrack and listen to it like I would other music. The Armored Core soundtrack sounds like something I would listen to. I used the wrong flask there, and that really brings you a long way, huh? Wah, stop. No! Uh-oh. He's kicking my ass! It's because he's got so much range. Like, me being able to use my range stuff doesn't help a whole lot with him. Need to use the horse to be— hell no. If there is one thing that I hate in Elden Ring, it's fighting on horseback. I cannot stand fighting on torrent. I find it hilarious that there are actual items that I've seen in this mod that are like, you could make a torrent build. Genuinely. There are items that like buff your horseback attacks and stuff that I've found already. I think the idea of a torrent build is hilarious. I'm out of stamina. Oh. Uh-oh, there's always more with you, isn't there? Oh, you son of a bitch. No. Oh. Okay, I forgot that he had a crazy grab attack. That scared the shit out of me. That was like a PTSD moment where I had a flashback to when I first saw that grab attack. Like over a year ago. Oh, god damn you. I can't choke. I am absolutely gonna choke. Oh, I couldn't even see him wind up the attack because of the mist. No. My game is stuttering like a bitch in this forest. I don't know why. The mod definitely makes the game like stutter in some areas harder than it does in vanilla for me. Because in vanilla, it's like you get the stutter when you first go to an area and compile the shaders on PC, but then it goes away. This mod, in some areas, the stuttering just stays. I'm not sure entirely why that's a thing. Like, I don't know what would be causing that. But it's happening. Honestly, what excites me with Armored Core 6 the most is just seeing FromSoft, like, branch out away from Soulsborne. Because, like, I'm definitely in the vast majority of gamers that, like, I had no idea who From Software was before they started making these games. Like, there are very few people who knew about FromSoft before the Soulsborne games. And since they did Demon Souls, they've really only done Soulsborne games. So I'm just excited to see them make something new that's like different. To see the, cause like clearly they have this insane dedication to just like quality, right? And they've got this exact genre on lock. I just want to see something like entirely different from that team that is that dedicated to like making high quality games. That's really what excites me the most, is just seeing them do something different. And obviously, like, with the things that they learned from doing these games. And I know that Miyazaki didn't direct Armored Core 6. Well, actually, that's not entirely true. I know that his involvement in the project has been, apparently he directed one of the Armored Core games, like 4 or 5. He didn't direct, like, the originals by any means, but I know that he directed, like, 2 or 3 of the Armored Core games. Including, like, the standalones. I know that it was only, like, one of the numbered games, but also, like, an expansion for it. But I don't know which one it was exactly off the top of my head. But pretty much his involvement with this new one was, like, he was directing it in the early stages, like pre-production and very early production. And then once the game was in a state that he felt was, like, satisfactory, he went off to work on, like, other stuff in From Software. Not like he left the team, but he went to work on other projects. So he, like, helped shape Armored Core 6 in the early stages, and then went off to, like, do other stuff once he was confident that the team could handle it on their own. So I'm just so interested in how that's all gonna play out. Oh, he's doing the follow-ups. The shit that messes with me is that he doesn't always do those follow-ups. Oh my god. I forgot my physic again. Forgot that I had bread in the oven. Did you burn it? Dude, why is my game hitching this hard? Like, as if I'm not having enough trouble. It shouldn't even be the shader compilation at this point. Like, I've been in this forest. Try to snipe him from the top of the shack. No, 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 no. No cheese. We fight him legit. He's just kicking my ass a little bit. It's also, oh, I hit the wrong time. It's annoying that I have to, like, for each time I go again, I have to rest to nightfall, wait through the quick loading, stand up from Grace, sit down at Grace, and then he'll spawn. He spawns in, like, such specific conditions that respawning him is a little... Why did you go that way? A little annoying. Oh, shit. That's a 0 rune pile right there. I forgot my physic again. Oh, he's following up. Son of a bitch. God damn it. Managed to get it out in time. Good. Yep, as predicted, I'm still sipping on the tea. I knew it was going to take me a long time to drink it, just because it's more bitter. My ass can't sit here and chug it if it's bitter like that. If it's sweet, it'll go down really fast. But this is not sweet. I've just been taking little sips constantly. Oh, the rest? Hold on. The bread shot. Aha. Oh, I was way too early. Bell bearing or tree? I would say bell bearing is harder. Tree Sentinel, they throw it at you, like, literally out of the starting dungeon. Because it's supposed to be your, like, immediately at the start of the game. It's supposed to be them telling you, like, we have made this game in a way where sometimes an enemy will just be too hard for you. And when that happens, you should go somewhere else, get stronger, come back. Like, that was kind of the general, like, big change that they made with Elden Ring compared to the previous games, is that is, like, an intended part of the game, is to, like, leave, get better gear, stats, whatever, and then come back and try again. So it was just supposed to be them teaching you to do that. But this guy's moveset's definitely way harder than Tree Sentinel. And he hits harder. He's just not, like, the first thing that you encounter in the game. Once you get out into the open world, that is. Like Tree Sentinel is. So it's kind of a toss-up, depending on what we're talking about with, like, when do you fight the Tree Sentinel with this question. Because if you do, like, stick with Tree Sentinel immediately out of the first dungeon until you kill it, then he's probably worse. Because by the time that you find this guy, you're gonna have some gear and levels at least. Probably not a ton, but definitely more than Tree Sentinel. Oh. That's it. That's the one. His ranged attack, all of his attacks do major damage. I do love him. He's really fun once you get in the flow of it. A bell bearing. I actually haven't been to the round table in the mod yet. I doubt that they changed a whole lot there, but I just haven't gone. Yeah, that's why I'm here. I got a bell bearing now. There might be some NPCs here that are really good. I don't think I've been here, have I? I might have come here just to go to the blacksmith at one point. I wouldn't be shocked if I did that. But I don't think I've gone to the round table yet. I think this is my first time here. A lantern. I never bought the lantern from the other guy, actually. Anything interesting? No, nothing. Oh, memory stone. I need 300 more runes. Yeah, I probably want that. That would help me. Definitely. Do the reach and engagement tabs update before the overview tab when looking at specific videos, as far as I've noticed? The overview tab just being like the first one when you open up analytics, right? Hold on, let me check if I'm thinking of the right tab is pretty much the thing that I'm unsure about. Hold on. So when I hit the analytics button, yeah, the overview tab. I don't think so. There's a weird thing with the analytics tabs in general, where, like, if you close out of that tab and then open them back up, they don't always update. and you actually have to like refresh YouTube Studio entirely to get them to update. There's some weirdness with the analytics tabs in general in that sense. It might only be the overview tab, actually. I don't know. But as far as I know that a lot of the time I can't rely on just like closing out of like that to go to look at something else and then open it back up and it will update. I often have to like actually refresh YouTube Studio entirely to get the overview tab to update. That's at least like on the day that a video goes up, I pretty much only look at the overview tab. It's definitely the thing I look at the most, like overall in analytics. I mean, obviously it's supposed to be like, you know, they just pack all the most important things, like the things you're going to look at. I don't want to say the most important things. The things you're going to be looking at most often are on the overview tab. It is kind of just what it's supposed to be. Shit. So, most of the time, I'm just looking at that. I said it's like the most important things, and then immediately my brain is like, no, that's not right. Because you know what overview tab doesn't have? It doesn't have your click-through rate. It doesn't have your average view duration. Although apparently, people are saying that the algorithm has changed a bit in regards to average view duration. And there's actually some pretty good evidence out there for it. In terms of just like, you know, random tests that channels have run. Where apparently now average view duration isn't as important as it was before. And it's kind of gone back to being purely about watch time. I don't know if that's a thing or not. Because, like, my Far Cry video, like, what was that? A month ago? Did really well. Like, really well. And it was a 6-minute video. It just had a really high average view duration. Like, it had, like, the average person watched, like, 3 minutes of a 6-minute video. So when the average viewer on a video with thousands of views is watching at least half of the video, that's pretty good. That's pretty damn good, actually. But it's just because the video is shorter. I try to keep videos as short as I can, but if the algorithm's changing, obviously, anyone who hangs out in the streams ever knows that I can ramble about shit for a very long time. So if the algorithm's changing to be just about how long a person watches in general, that's not going to be a difficult adjustment for me. I could make that shit longer, because the part that takes the longest for me in videos is cutting that shit down. I do the whole thing, and then I'm like, okay, what here is the fluff? Like, what here does not need to be here? Like, the video that I'm editing right now was a 19-minute video at the start, when I just put all of the script and voiceover in. And after I cut out the fluff, it's like 11 minutes. Like, after I cut out the stuff that just doesn't need to be in there, 11-minute video. So yeah, my ass can ramble. I spend most of my time editing just being like, what can I cut? I have no idea what to do videos on. Videos are the hardest thing to do, in my opinion. Like, actual good videos are the part that I struggle with the most. Because I can talk so much, streams have always been the easy part for me, where I'm just like, I can sit in this chair and talk about whatever nonsense for 4 hours at a time. It is not a struggle, like, at all. There's no part of that that's hard for me. When I started doing 4 hours a day, the length of it was difficult for me at first, but after like 2 weeks, I adjusted. I need a piss break. I'm mid-rant and I'm like, I have drank this much tea. Caffeine. This thing has crazy caffeine. I feel it, for the record. This thing has so much caffeine. I think it's a lot. I think it's like double the caffeine I normally have, and I normally drink a good... Anyway, I need to... Oh, wrong screen. I need to take a bathroom break. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. Feel free to get up, get a drink, snack, bathroom break yourself. Whatever you want to do. Do it real quick. And then I'll be back to keep just exploring what I can find in the mod. I'll see you then. All right, I'm back. That was so much ramble before I stood up. I caught myself just going. How's the Pumpkinhead gonna be with this stuff? Probably not as bad. I guess it still tanks the damage from the arrow. Oh, shit. The mist will probably mess him up. Or not. Okay, maybe he will still be annoying to fight. Just a little bit. There we go. Get in while I can. Is that just a crafting item? I can't ever keep shit straight in this game. There are so many items in this game. There's a crafting item. I should buy the recipe books from like the random vendors that you can find, like the traveling ones. If they still sell them, I assume they do. Because the crafting might have gotten some overhauls. I don't know. I don't know if crafting will be more useful or not. Oh wait, that's D.
There's no mistake, is there?
I love that they named this guy D.
Once again.
Why the combat music? What's wrong with you? Trying to talk to a homie over here. I don't think the arrow has a range limit. Or at least if it does, it's a really long distance. This thing kind of snipes them. Listening to the Final Fantasy streams. Oh, no, for a second I was like, wait a second, was Final Fantasy yesterday? I was like, was that the last time I played it? No, I played Tears yesterday. I know these things, of course.
I cannot give you your proper rights, but a tarnished, are you? I'm known as D. I hunt down those who live in death and weed their death root. Heed my warning. The village here has been touched by death, and worse yet, it is home to a mariner. If you value your life, then go no further.
I love that he's like, oh, it's home to a mariner.
The village here has been touched, turn back.
And they're like the easiest of the open world, like generic bosses in Elden Ring. They are just the least threatening open world boss. They literally just float around in a little boat and try to like use summons to keep you busy and keep you off of them. But if you just rush them down, they die really fast. I love D. D is one of those NPCs from the first playthrough that I remember fondly. Oh, I need to go around to the Erd trees. Like the minor Erd trees and stuff. Because of the new, like, oh, what were they called? I don't remember. The new Erdtree, like, bosses that replace the Erdtree avatars here in the Convergence mod. Hello, where'd you go? He actually didn't take as much damage from that first hit as I would have expected. This might be more of a drawn-out fight than it usually is when I fight Mariners. Son of a bitch. Off of me. Hey! I think that's a bad thing. Uh-oh. That's... yeah, get away from that. Ooh. Man, this is the longest that I've seen a Mariner survive in a fight in a long time. Did they get buffed, maybe? Maybe they gave the Mariners a health buff or something to make them threatening? Or maybe my build is just dog shit at this point in the game. Maybe my character is just not strong whatsoever. But this is definitely the most damage I've seen one of these guys tank, like, since the first time I fought one on my first playthrough of the game. They have to have gotten buffed. There's no way that he was always this strong. Because my build has been really strong for the early game areas so far. Like, most of the generic bosses have gone down really fast outside of, like, Bell-Bearing Hunter, who gave me some trouble, admittedly. You know, we only spent, like, 20, 30 minutes fighting him. I don't know how long, but we spent a bit fighting him. I don't think it was 30 quite, but it could have been. I fought him for a while. It felt like a long time to me, but when I go back, it normally is not as long as I think it is. I'm getting heart palpitations from the caffeine. At this point, there's like 3 sips left, so I might as well just finish it. I've already sealed my fate. But I think that this thing has like 300 milligrams of caffeine or some shit in it. In the like whole cup. I think it's just because I got a big cup. There we go. They have to have gotten buffed. The Mariner, like, I don't think ever a Mariner fight has taken me that long. He has to have been buffed. Even just the health. It felt like he survived for a lot longer, and since they do, like, the teleporting around and summoning and all that, it made him noticeably take a longer time to fight. I gotta go down to that fort and get the lift medallion. Oh, I could go down to Weeping Peninsula before I go to Margit. Do I want to? Maybe I do Margit and then I go back to Weeping, like, before the castle. I don't know. I might go see... Oh, but Margit got buffed, Korn said. He said that they made Margit a lot stronger, so maybe I do want to do Weeping Peninsula first. Why, of all of the bosses for them to buff, why did they buff Margit? I always push my luck with him and get stuck on him for like 30 minutes to an hour every single time I play this shit on stream. Of all the bosses, why do they have to buff Margit? I love Margit. But because I tend to spend a long time trying to get past him, I am worried that they buffed him. Godric, I'm just happy that that's a thing. Honestly, if they buffed, like, Godfrey, or, sorry, not Godfrey, but, Horalu, if they buffed him, I would not complain in the slightest. That's still Sacred Blade. That's the same place that is in the vanilla game. I know because I used it for the Paladin build, and I loved Sacred Blade. Great, great Ash 4. I had chocolate today, and that's given me an energy boost. Oh. of the Fundamentalist and a Rune of the Order. So this is a spawn location for one of the classes too. Rune shards, is that? Sacred Ground, Blessing of Grace. I have the hiccups. Sacred Tear is huge. I will definitely take a Sacred Tear. Wow, going from normal water back to the tea for a quick sip like that? That shit is bitter. Like, that caught me off guard. I was like, whoa. Oh, yeah, here, let me just kill the tea. There we go, last sip, gone. My fate was already sealed. I'm not gonna just throw the last tiny bit out at this point. But the heart palpitations are starting up. My caffeine tolerance is so much lower than it used to be. Like back when I was addicted to it, I could drink so much caffeine and not feel it. But I have lost that tolerance. Isn't there supposed to be a guy here? Is he like on the other side or something? Because I don't think I ever... Oh yeah, there he is. Let's see how this goes then. Maybe we start off with one of these. Oh, that's right, he dodges projectiles. Alright, let me just buff my sword then. Ow. Bitch. Haha! Erdtree sentries are badass. I love these guys. They're just so much better than the avatars ever were. Which, they're still here, the avatars. I appreciate that they didn't just, like, completely get rid of them. But, these guys are a very strong improvement to, like, generally replace them with. And all their magic and shit definitely helps with making them just really cool. Ah! That's what I thought. Don't blow a poison cloud at me. Oh shit. That might be bad. Ow. Whoa! Oh no! If I had known there was a follow-up to that, I would not have healed. That was a good first go. That wasn't that bad. And for how weird the stuttering has been in Limgrave for me, I don't know why it's like consistently been stuttering in Limgrave. More in the wooded areas too. I don't know what's going on with it. Because in vanilla it doesn't do that to me. And it's only Limgrave. We started in Liurnia, and after spending like 30 minutes there, the stuttering kind of stopped. So I'm not really sure why in Limgrave I've been having so much more of it in the mod. But it's been like noticeable. It's unfortunate. That's a problem that might work itself out for me in the next month or so, because I need to build a new PC just straight up, like before release season comes around. I know that I've mentioned it before, but it is specifically because with the Cyberpunk expansion, since they're not continuing support for last gen consoles anymore, they have like updated a lot of the graphical requirements and such. Like they've just upgraded it all. So my PC actually falls below their recommended specs now. It's above their minimum specs. So it's like I could play the Cyberpunk expansion on this. But if I'm below like recommended, then I'm not going to be able to play the game on like high settings at a stable frame rate. And in terms of doing content around it, I don't want to make the game look worse, like in videos and streams and stuff. So it's time for me to build a new PC, regardless. Like we've been at the point where I just need one, but I got to do it in the next month. I don't need to do it in the next month, but it's like doing it before Armored Core is kind of my thing, since that's going to be the first game to kick off the next release season. I'm going to try to get it built before then. I might as well, because Cyberpunk is only like a couple weeks after Armored Core. So trying to transition between PCs in the middle of like coverage for other new games that come right before Cyberpunk. Like Starfield will be before Cyberpunk as well by like a week or two, I think. You decided what parts you're gonna get? I'm not super decided. I'm looking at like at least a 4070, probably like a 4080. Because I kind of just want to future-proof it as well. Like I don't want to upgrade and then need to upgrade again in like 2 years. Like I want to put more money down on it now so I don't have to keep upgrading. I kind of want to, I don't want to fully juice it because I feel like yeah, I could just fully juice it and go like 4090 and all that. But that feels excessive. On one hand, if I did go for the 4090, at that point, at least for like a few months, I would have the peace of, if a game runs poorly on launch day, people can't say it's my PC. Because if I go 4090, at that point, I literally just have the best, like, commercially available graphics hardware. So there's nothing that can be said about it. But because I know even going 4090, I'm still gonna get the, like, upgrade your PC SMH when I complain about a game running poorly on launch. Because inevitably, there's, like, 5 games coming out, in like August to October that I'm gonna play on PC. And the way that this year has been going, like inevitably at least one of those games is gonna run poorly on top-end hardware on launch. It's just gonna happen. And you think it pisses me off now when games run poorly? It's not even that it pisses me off. I get like mildly frustrated by it now. Just wait until I build like a $2,000 PC for release season, and then games don't run at 60 on it, then I'm actually gonna be pissed. That's when I'm going to actually get upset. That's, like right after building, I'm gonna be like, I just put all this money down. For what? It runs like shit. It didn't change anything. I might as well have stayed on the 1080 Ti. Oh my god. Why is the mist not damaging you? Note to self, don't start with the mist. Just saw an announcement for Armored Core gameplay demo, July 20th. Like, wait, July 20th. Yeah, so they're coming out with a demo on July 20th. When did that announcement come out? I didn't see that one. But hey, I don't know if I'm gonna play the demo. I feel like at that point, when it's like a month away, I might just wait and go fully blind on day one. Oh, but content! Shit, I feel like I have to. Like, I feel like I'm obligated to with stuff like this. Oh, it's only at this San Diego event? They'll definitely put it public, like, before launch. If they're gonna let people play it at an event, and they've already got this demo, like, packaged and ready to go, it'll definitely be a public demo at some point. Maybe not on July 20th, but that's still given, like, a 5-week window between then and release. We'll probably see it publicly. I don't want to say definitely, but probably. It would be weird to me if we didn't. And there we go. Note to self, travel to San Diego in 10 days. That's a joke, for the record. I don't get paid well enough for that yet. At some point, that would be a responsible decision. At this point, it would not be. Like, oh yeah, let me just go fly out to San Diego so that I can play Armored Core early for, like, one video. It would be the difference between me buying the game up front or not. The demo, you mean? I think a lot of people are going to be in that boat. I definitely, just for that reason alone, I would say that they absolutely should publicly release a demo, just because this is such, like, a niche title, where, like, there's an existing Armored Core fan base, but it was a small fan base, like, 15 years ago. Now it's a practically non-existent one, in terms of, like, gaming fan base sizes, right? Where, like, you talk about, like, Elden Ring. Elden Ring has, like, a couple million players who play it. Armored Core nowadays, maybe a few thousand. Not because it doesn't look good, more the game type. Yeah, it's... I think that that's, like, a lot of people's thing with it currently, is, like, the game looks good, but is it gonna be my kind of game? And, like, it's valid, because it is such a unique game. Like, relative to... I mean, it's a FromSoft thing. So, like, of course, their whole shtick is that they make games that are just so different from everything else. And Armored Core's not an exception to that, because even if you say, like, oh, it's a mech game, if you were to compare it to, like, Mech Warrior, which is another, like, dead and forgotten mech game, mech games aren't even really around anymore, in general, but, even if you compare it to other mech games, like, back around that period, Armored Core is so different from what they were. And you go back further to, like, Kingsfield. Kingsfield was just its own weird thing back then. It was like first-person Dark Souls, except you played it on a PS1, so it had, like, first-person tank controls, and everything was made out of triangles. And it's a super weird game to look back at. Like, FromSoft has always just kind of done their own weird, quirky thing. Even, like, you know, a decade before Miyazaki ever even worked there, they were always doing, like, weird things that no one else in the industry was doing. That's kind of always been the FromSoft way. I think it's why their games got so big, right? It's like, no one else makes games like Elden Ring or like Dark Souls. Like, this just isn't an experience that you get anywhere else. I mean, now there's an entire, like, indie genre called Souls-like. Like, these games formed their entire genre. Like, there are imitators nowadays, but back then, no. Oh, it missed. I was thinking, like, I could trade it out, even though he was jumping at me. Oh, is he falling? Oh, bitch. Oh, he spins twice. Shit, they're really... They don't mess around. They do not. They mean business. I gotta give them that. Yeah, I'm just so, like... Armored Core, to me, is one of those things that I'm looking at constantly, and I'm like, this is, like, the most interesting thing happening in the industry to me right now, because I don't even know what this is gonna be. It looks great, whatever it's gonna be, but I can't even really confidently say what it's gonna be. Like, I look at it and I'm like, what are you? Like, what does all this stuff in the trailer mean? I don't know what it is. I feel like as long as the game is up to FromSoft's like standard bar of quality, they might just like bring back a resurgence in mech games. Like, it might be one of those things where it just goes full-blown mainstream with Armored Core 6 again. And, like, revives a genre that's been dead for more than a decade. It's very, very possible. If anyone would do a game like that, it would be these guys. Like, if there's any dev out there that can just revive a dead genre from 15 years ago, it's FromSoft. Not just revive it, but like make it a mainstream thing, right? Because especially after Elden Ring, this game sold what, like 10 million copies or whatever, right? So it's like, they went way more mainstream than they even were before. They were already fairly mainstream with stuff like Dark Souls 3. But Elden Ring, like, blew it out of the water in terms of how many people played this shit. I got greedy because his health is low and it's making me make bad decisions. They sold 12 million first month. I couldn't remember what it was in the first month. Do we even know, like, their total sales for this game? I got 3 Physic Remnants from him. Whew. What about a Souls-like Gundam game? That would be sick. That's, like, I don't want to say... I really don't want to say that Armored Core is going to be Souls-like because it's not going to be. But clearly a lot of, like... I don't know how to word it. A lot of things that we deem as, like, Souls-like are going to be present in terms of like the difficulty and the way that the world is kind of built out and shown to you. Stuff like that. It's going to feel Souls-like, but it's not going to be Souls-like. Like mechanically, it won't be a Souls-like. But it will feel a lot like a Souls-like, if that makes sense. It'll have that general vibe to it. They hit 20 million in year 1. That's way more than I thought.
Welcome. Customer. Yes, right this way.
Do you have crafting books?
This way. Welcome, valued customer. Come, trade in.
Yeah, that's definitely more than I thought. I didn't think that they got up to 20 million.
Buy something. I'm hungry. I've been hungry so long. Please.
This 6-hour shit? 6-hour shit. 6 hours. 6 hours of what 6-hour shit? Oh, the YouTube, yeah, the shorts algorithm. It's so weird. I don't know why that suddenly started. One finally popped off today. After a week? That, like, it happened from time to time before. I haven't seen that happen since the change, but it's maybe just, like, I haven't had my, you know... Actually, I did have one hit where it stayed in algorithm since the 6-hour change. And it's consistently, like, you know that thing where it's like your top 3 videos in terms of views in the last 48 hours? It's like right on the homepage of Studio. I have had one of my newer shorts from like since the algorithm change in like consistently be in that page for the last couple weeks. I didn't mean to use torrent, I meant to heal. Oh! I meant to do that. It was a tactical play. I knew that ledge was there. When DLC comes out, they might hit 30 million? It's possible. Oh, I forgot I rested here. Badass. Classic. When you don't know the ledge is there, it's really easy to just whoop. I had One today. I was 2 days out and it randomly shot up. Maybe I should look back at mine. Because there's a chance that I've had one do that. I kind of stopped monitoring shorts after like that. Once that 6-hour boom happens, I kind of stop paying attention to them. Like I don't actively watch what they're doing past that point. So maybe I should go look, see if any of mine have done that. But it's definitely, like, I'm trying to figure out stuff. Wait, did I ask, False, how long was that short that popped off for you? Like, just length. Flat out length. How many seconds? I need to know. For science. Oh, shit. I don't want to get shot by the ballista. I want to work my way up safely after what happened last time, but I don't want to get shot. I got shot. Haha! I was ready. Kapuya! Kapuya! Jacob said I look like an adorable mom. What was I about to say? Oh, 18 seconds? Okay. 18 seconds. So it's on the shorter side. Because people have been debating right now if the algorithm, and it's not just shorts alone, but like people in general are thinking that they might have just flipped the switch on the algorithm to where it's no longer average view duration based and it went back to just being watch time. But there's good evidence on both sides. It might be one of those like truth is in the middle situations where it's like obviously average view duration is going to be important still, but also if you can get higher average view duration on a longer video, that might be the real key. Like maybe doing like retention based editing but on longer stuff. The one you said you couldn't understand is mumbo jumbo talk. It's what that guy said. The guy whose channel name is Grow Your Gaming Channel, is that who we're talking about? The guy that I was like, he's actually just saying words, like I don't even know what he's saying right now. Man, I'm gonna get myself in shit one of these days, the way that I talk about other YouTubers. But yeah, that guy, I don't like that guy. I've seen his stuff a good amount of times before you sent me that one video of his, and I've just never, like, the stuff that he says, at the very least, never matches up with what works on my channel. Like, that's what I can say about him, where it's like, maybe he gives good advice for some people, but typically his advice tends to be, like, the opposite of what does well on my channel. Not always, but a lot of it. So I'm just like, man, what the hell? Like, this guy, I don't know what this guy's saying. False, I don't know if you know. I got pulled into whatever nonsense Snooze is cooking up right now. I say whatever nonsense. I actually learned more about what it is this morning. But he managed to pull me into that shit. And I feel very strongly like the odd one out, to say the least, in multiple metrics. I'm just like, how did I end up in this group? As soon as you agreed, he showed me. Because I didn't think. I was just kind of like, oh yeah, Snooze Snooze is working on like another game show thing or whatever. And I was like, sure, I'll participate. Forgetting, you know, was this portal always here? Don't remember this. And it's a two-way. I don't think it is. It is? Yeah, I know that it is. I forget that when Snooze has done these things, most of his peeps are VTubers. Yeah. Yeah, that's also what I was about to say. I was like, that's one of the two big things. It's like, I'm the only one in there who's not a VTuber, A. And B, I'm the only one who's not a woman. I'm the only male of the group as well. So I'm like, how did I get here? What? I'm just like, well, it's great to be here, y'all. It's, it's like, I don't know what's happening, but hello. I just didn't think before I was like, yeah, sure, I'll join in. We couldn't find many. Yeah, Snooze does definitely have more friends of one variety than the other. I mean, so do I. But I could go to the Ever Jail down there. I need to check out Margit. I need to see what they did. I've been told they buffed him. I need to see what they did. Oof. Back crack. Oh yeah, False's subs are public, aren't they? Because at least they were when she first subbed to my channel. Because you know that thing where it's like the largest channels subscribed? She was on there for me for a while. Because it shows like the last 90 days of it. I think you would still be in like the top 3 that it shows on that. If it wasn't limited to 90 days. For a while. It's because it's 90 days. It's only people who sub to the channel in the last 90 days that show on it. Plus, you wouldn't be the biggest right now anyway. But the guy who is the biggest on it is, he does AMVs. And they're all Naruto. He does Naruto AMVs. That's currently, like, the biggest guy on my, like, people who have subbed to you in the last, 30 days. Or 90 days, sorry. Ah! I can't see people subbing for the most part. Yeah. It's, like... It's weird the way that YouTube handles that, because, like, on Twitch... Twitch followers aren't public. Like, you can't go to someone's Twitch and see who they follow. It's not even like a thing where it's like, oh, it's private by default, like YouTube is. It's like, no, you just can't see it. Like, it's not even a setting that you can change. It's just you flat out can't see it. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, on Twitch you can still see everyone who follows you, like through alerts. They've still got like the famous followers thing in like Twitch tracker, so obviously there's a way to get the info from the accounts. I know that there's literally websites where you can just go and like put in someone's Twitch channel and see everyone that they follow. Like those sites exist. But for some reason on YouTube, they like, if it's private, it is private. Like they don't give alerts on my stream. They don't show up in my YouTube studio. Nothing. Sorry, I got distracted and now I want to go and look at my like subs in the last 90 days. Oh yeah, mine is set to members though, so I don't even really see them often. Oh yeah, one of the largest ones for me who I don't know if they actually watch my stuff or not. I don't want to say what I think, because just hit 4K today. I was stuck on 39.99 forever, gained and lost. Yeah.
In search of the Elden Ring.
Didn't mean subs.
Emboldened
Oh,
by the
sobs.
flame
Sobs.
of ambition.
My favorite. Korn told me they buffed Margit, so we'll see how this goes. Because Margit normally likes to stop me in my tracks for a little bit at a time. Because he's a bitch. So if they buffed him...
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
Man, someone is cooking upstairs, and it's making me hungry earlier than I should be hungry. Shorts are 100% for subs. My shorts make good revenue, like, cumulatively. They might have just buffed second phase. Nothing stands out immediately. Hiccup. I mean, that's how to get subs? Oh, yeah. I thought you were just saying, like, shorts are literally just to get subs. And I was like, well... On a monetized channel with, like, algorithm-based shorts, because I know that your channel probably behaves differently than mine, but my shorts are very, like, algorithm-based. Most of my content is outside of streams. So my stuff kind of, like, stays out there, so to speak. On a channel where I post, like, an algorithm-based short every day, the revenue's actually not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. It's not bad. I don't notice him being stronger, honestly. If he is stronger, it's like very subtle. It's a very small buff. I'm not noticing it. You son of a bitch. Ow. Ow, you! Okay. Some people said it was cute. Sorry. I saw it. I thought it was funny. The only game that I experienced that with as a child, as someone whose favorite console was the Xbox 360, so it was an Xbox, the only game that caused that in my household was, it was Minecraft on the Xbox 360. That was the one. Think I'm funny? We've had this conversation before. Don't paint me in this light. It's not like that's the first time that I've said it. Shit. Ow. I just want to fuel my ego. Ice Switch kind of messes up Margit. Like, I bet, like, any Magic build probably does in vanilla too. It's just I don't play Magic on Elden Ring at all. The only Souls game I really have done a lot of Magic stuff on is Demon Souls. Because Demon Souls Magic is on another level in terms of being overpowered. And it's weird because the game feels like it's really made with Magic in mind. Like Elden Ring, it feels like Magic completely breaks things, so I don't really use it. But Demon Souls almost feels like there's a lot of like gimmick bosses and stuff that were kind of balanced around it. Or even just bosses that are made to like rush you down super hard if you do try to play with Magic, like Flame Lurker. Love me some Flame Lurker. Ah, shit. I buffed my sword, though. Rip Bozo. Has he pulled out the hammer? Oh, yeah, he probably has. His health is so low. Has he not? I haven't seen it. Have I? I don't know. Oh, there it is! Yeah, so he did. You son of a bitch. I love all the custom spells and shit that I've got. Like, none of the magic, and pretty much, actually, no, none of the gear that I'm using on this build right now are vanilla either. Like, I'm using a fully, like, custom content build at this point, and it's a lot of fun. And the best part is that it just looks like stuff that would normally be in Elden Ring. Like, none of it feels out of place. Oh, he drops a memory stone? And a faint relic remnant. So a talisman remnant, I think. Forgot to like the stream? Imagine forgetting to like the stream. Couldn't be me. I have spell slots, but I don't have the intelligence. How many runes did he drop? I was gonna say, he has to have dropped some. Oh, not mined yet. Does that bring me up to 31 with gear? Does that bring me up to 30 with gear? Are you shitting me? Hold on. Oh, it brings me to... I'm one below being able to start using, like, these dragon incants, man. When I tell my people to like and they're used to Twitch, like what? Someday. Someday. Oh, you know what I haven't talked about on stream today? The Twitch adding stories to their platform. I think that is... Like, it's not one of those changes where it's like, oh, Twitch doing a bad, so to speak. Like, you can't be mad at them for it. But I feel like if I were on Twitch, I would feel similarly to stories that I feel about live reactions on YouTube. Where I'm kind of like, okay, it's a feature. It doesn't hurt anything. But why did we put the resources there? Like, why is this the new thing that we made when there are so many other things that we could have made instead? Like, it's one of those things. It's what I've said about live reactions on YouTube, where I'm like, they're not inherently bad, but I feel like there's so much more that YouTube could benefit from in terms of the live platform that we could have made instead of live reactions. If that makes sense. Isn't it like Reels where it's a feed? I don't really understand what they're saying about the feed thing, to be honest. I don't know if it's associated with stories or not. YouTube's stories actually did have like a feed and an algorithm to it when they existed on YouTube. And they were still useless. And it might be like one of those things where Twitch is a different enough platform where it works out. But really the thing about stories is like YouTube literally this month said stories are so useless that we are getting rid of them because no one uses them. And Twitch, like 2 weeks after YouTube stories gets shuttered, Twitch announces like, hey, we're adding stories, guys. And it's like, why? Stories feed was only for people you're sub to? No, I got stories in my feed from people I didn't sub to. If they ever used stories, like early on when they first added it. When people were actually using it. Oh my god, I have so many remnants that I didn't use. Whoa. What if I just grabbed the one that boosts intelligence by 10? I'm actually gonna do that, and I'm just gonna stack. Physic. Shit, there goes my pen. I need that. The caffeine is hitting really hard, and I'm like fidgeting with the pen while I'm playing Elden Ring. I won't lie to you. It's because it's so much caffeine. This is not a normal amount of caffeine for me. I don't need any of these. I'm not going to use any of these. I'm just gonna start collecting them for these ones. Now, what are you? Boosts all damage negation by 15% is good. Converts damage received into HP? What? No. Damage received turns into health? This is not 47 grams of sugar and carbs. I can't imagine. Negates damage by 90%? Is that all types of damage? Because goddamn. Enhances dodge rolls for a time. Temporarily reduces equip load. Stop rune loss on death and miss... What? That's kind of nuts, actually. Purifies status effects and grants immunity in a... If this does what it says on the tin, where it literally, for the entire duration of my physic, converts the damage that I take into health for me, this is hands down the most broken thing that they could have made. That's like better than God mode, if that's actually what it does. Like, the wording might just be really bad. Converts incoming damage. Oh, it's only brief and will expire after 15 seconds. Still, it's 15 seconds of God mode. So the 90% reduction would be better. Oh my god, these are just talismans that raise a stat? Oh. Hold on, do they have a faith? Or, sorry, not a faith. An intelligence arcane? There we go. Give me that. I've got the magic damage one of these. That's a typo. It says lighting damage. I don't think I ever noticed that before. It just says lighting damage. It's supposed to say lightning damage. I'm taking that one, though. Hold on. The builds might be really fun in this mod. Holy shit. It might be starting to come together. Because the intelligence and arcane by 3, those are my core stats. That's damage scaling. Lightning by 5%, and magic damage by 5%. With my intelligence now being high enough, I can start to use some of... I can use the first of these dragon sorceries that I got that are a hybrid of ice and lightning damage. So if I'm scaling both of those by 5%, just flat out, and they scale off of both intelligence and arcane, and I'm using a talisman for that, then this is going to deal a lot more damage than it would otherwise. Oh, that was badass. Oh, that was sweet. Wait a second. So it leaves like this lingering damage area. So I could just chill in here and like spam arrows out. And if they try to come in and fight me, they're gonna take a whole lot of chip damage. And then that at the end of it, like when it expires, I'm assuming just way heavier damage. That's pretty sweet. That's pretty cool. The custom spells are very, very cool. I can't lie. That's one of those things that I'm just like, well, that's badass. What? It's supposed to be working and I can't concentrate. I think more caffeine is the key. Caffeine is like my Adderall in life. I mean, yeah, but now that I raw dog life, caffeine it has the same effect with me. I focus way better on what I'm doing when I have a lot of caffeine in my system. My face reveal short is going mental and I have no caffeine in the house. No caffeine in the house? Doesn't your husband drink caffeine? You can't have none in the house. Come on now. Ah, it takes way too long to cast. Ah! I don't drink coffee. I also don't like coffee. Coffee tastes like shit. Man, it's not even dealing like chip damage to you. Does it only deal damage during like the blast at the end? Oh my god, the frame rate there. Eat the beans. It could work. You'd get a lot of caffeine in your system. It's not the worst strat that I've heard. God damn it, it takes so long to cast that. Never mind, that might be shit. In terms of boss fights, at least. I hope that Knight's Cavalry drops something good. They say it's good to drink coffee. They say it's good to do it a lot. Word face reveal goes a long way. You telling me if I put hashtag face reveal in my next short that has my face in it? Oh, come on. There we go. $2,400 souls and an ash. I am disappointed. Is chocolate covered espresso beans? Or huh? How come hers isn't the 6 hours? No. You didn't post it 10 minutes ago, right, Jess? It's... Let me guess. If I had to guess. Is it about at the 6 hour mark? Okay, no. It's well over 6 hours. It just stayed in algorithm instead of dying out. I was gonna say, I think that one's been up for a while at this point. I might have to take the flannel off. It's getting kind of warm in here. I was wearing it because it was cold in here. But now it's getting kind of warm. I might be getting a little uncomfy. My stomach is growling. Forlorn Hound Ever Jail. It's an Ever Jail. I've always said goal, but it's not. Oh, hold on. Oh, you spawn really fast. I didn't think it was gonna be this guy. I thought it was gonna be the knight that does the tail spins. Whoa, whoa! Stop, please. Slow it down. No. You stop. Damn, that hurts you a lot. Definitely couldn't be all the intelligence buffing items that I use that are just scaling the damage like crazy. Definitely has nothing to do with that. You can get so many intelligence stacking items so early on in this. Like, my spell damage is kind of ridiculous. Ooh, Rune of Thorns. A shimmering Rune of Thorns. Shimmering, I think, is a pretty high tier. I don't know. Shimmering is pretty good, I would think. This is gonna be blood spells? Close Wound, Strangling Briars, Thorn Burst, Briars of Punishment. That Briar's of Punishment is vanilla, and it's shit. It's terrible. Add face reveal tag when you shave. That's not the worst idea I've heard. I have to say, that... You could be onto something. Possibly. Someday I will be able to use the rest of those dragon incants. Are they incants or are they sorceries? I think they're sorceries. I don't really know. Hold on. I need a second pee break. You know how much caffeine is in this whole cup? A lot. It's hitting the bladder. I gotta go again. I'll be back in another minute. I'm gonna go down to Weeping Peninsula and do a big sweep, grab a bunch of stuff down there, and then I'm gonna move up to Redmane Castle. So I'll do that when I get back. Feel free to get up, get a drink, snack, bathroom break yourself, whatever you want to do with a quick minute, and then I'll be back to do that. I'll see you then. Alright, I'm back. I'm just taking the flannel off real quick. Oh, shit. Almost. The wrists on these are really tight. Unless I unbutton them. I might turn my fan on, too. It got really warm in here, and I don't know why. Sorry I have to flex on you all now with my rippling Chris Redfield-esque muscle without the jacket on, but it's too warm in here. I can't help it. It's not my fault. Honestly, hold on. I think, even though I have like all these memory slots for spells, I think I'm gonna make a quick change where Rena's Barrier is really good, but... Oh wait, do I have the stats? I have sufficient stats to at least try out the blood... Okay, hold on. Hold on, real quick. For science, because my initial instinct when I was choosing a class was I thought I was gonna go with like an arcane magic thing. So I'm just gonna, for science, try out the blood spells and then not use them. Alright? So Close Wound. Oh, is it a healing spell? It just heals you? It's called Close Wound. That makes sense. But that's just a flat out like cast spell to heal and it's like blood themed? That's dope. Strangling Briars. I just put some blood. Hold on, I might need to like go up to the caravan or something up here. Hold on. I need test subjects. Oh, there's Wandering Nobles up here. So I can't test damage, really, because these guys are just going to die to anything I use, but I can just test what it actually does. Oh, that was Close Wound again, my bad. Strangling Briars. Oh, okay. So it, like, inflicts thorns. Oh! With good blood loss build. Okay, that seems pretty dope. How could I forget? How could I forget? It's that Wandering Noble. No, 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 no. Why? We can tolerate it as the camera cuts off at the shoulders. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is bad. This is bad. Actually, if I die right here, it's not that bad, is it? Elden Ring doesn't punish you for dying. Hold on. Good opportunity to see if it would actually work well against a tougher enemy. How long until that blood loss kicks in on you? You son of a bitch. Okay. So it's got a bit of a slow burn on an enemy with a higher threshold, clearly, and more health. But it does seem good. I don't know. I don't know if... It's passive damage as long as you can just hit the enemy with it once, right? It's passive blood loss buildup too. Beyond just being like passive chip damage, like essentially being a poison effect. It seems actually pretty good. Like if you were to do a magic-based arcane build, it actually seems kind of dope. All right, let's try the other ones now. Now that that's over. Thorn Burst. Oh, that looked sweet. Oh, damn. Okay. Just a little, like, AoE thing. And then, of course, that's a vanilla spell. Like, I know what that one is. Honestly, this one, that doesn't even take long to cast. The heal, the closed wound, that's kind of nuts. All right. Curiosity is gone. Got it out of my system. I had to know. I have a soft spot for bleed builds, clearly. That's not news to anyone. I'm just condensing down the row of spells so that I don't have to like cycle as much. These are really the only two I'm gonna use for now. So I'm just going with those. Anyway, Weeping Peninsula. I can run around and get some stuff. There's actually a fort down here. But assuming they left the 3 sacred tears, I can get up to +6 on my flasks. That would be huge, to be honest. You son of a bitch. How could I forget? Don't do it again. I don't have the reaction time for this shit. Or the timing, clearly. A mole popped out of nowhere, saw me and ran. He tried to go down the stairs, but he just tumbled. Pest control is a crazy job. You just describing great smithing stone. What is a great smithing stone? Is that like how to get +10? Oh, it goes up to +9. Okay. So it goes large, great. I have 2 golden seeds on me that I haven't used. Noted. Just Jacob casually being like, a mole just popped up out of nowhere, ran down the stairs. We're talking about in like a house or a building or something. In another line of work, this would be a wild occurrence, a crazy occurrence for a mole to pop up out of nowhere. But for Jacobian, it's another day on the job. I'm still only using 1 golden seed per flask. And I'm at 10 flasks. I'm at 10 flasks in Limgrave. Honestly, the mod, for all of the balancing effort it tries to do.
Is somebody there?
If I could point out like a big crippling issue, not crippling, but like a big issue probably that will come up more in late game, it seems like the balance is starting to get kind of wonky. Like very strongly in my favor. Very strongly.
Since birth, you see.
Could just be me.
I swear I heard frightful howling from all over. My good father secreted me out the castle. but decided himself to stay.
But I feel
He
OP
says it's his duty
at like level 40.
as commander. I fear for Father's life. The servants are full of wrath, filled with hatred for every one of us.
What is wrath?
They've since come for every one of the companions I escaped with. They haven't spared a soul. I fear it's no different at Castle Morn. Please, I implore you,
Wrath.
would you mind taking a letter to my father? In
Angry.
the castle. My soul wishes that he escape, even if his honor should be the price. Please. I just want him to be safe. Thank you.
Angry. That's all it means.
Then please, take this.
It's literally a one-word definition that just says angry.
Deliver it to my father, who remains in the castle, if you please.
Full wrath. Full angry. In weeping, there's probably one of the big fellas there, right? Trying to just look at everything. Like there's ruins there. There's actually a good amount of content down in Weeping. I think that's an Everjail. I don't know where I get up there. He didn't know what to do with the stairs since he's a mole. So he just looked up and bounced down the stairs. Looked like a little brown potato. Yeah, it's like you know how dogs when they're little or just when you first like if it's a stray that you take in, like they have to learn stairs. That's just not a thing in the wild. That mole never stood a chance trying to run down the stairs. It's actually one of the most painful parts. When we got our current dog a few years ago, like when she was really little, trying to just teach her how to use the stairs. Like it's weirdly one of the more painful parts. Cause like it takes a bit for them to get it. Especially like at puppy size. That doesn't help either. Been forever. Yeah, I only had to do it, God, was that 6 years ago? No, like 5 years ago? Oh, wait, this isn't the way to the Everjail. What am I doing? I'm trying to think. My sophomore year of high school was when we got her, like September. Oh, it's not an Everjail, it's this. Never mind. I don't know how old she is. That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to think. I don't know how old the dog is. We got her like September, my sophomore year of high school. And my sophomore year of high school would have been September of 2017. So she's almost 6 years old. It was almost 6 years ago. Oh, that's Knight's Cavalry. I could go another round. I'm gonna try to hit him with this. I know it's not gonna happen. Come on, step in. Damn you, man. Man, she's almost 6. For a Draculich dog, that doesn't bode overly well. The oldest dog I've ever had made it to 10. So, we'll see how this one goes. To be fair, this is, well, this dog is much healthier than the one that only made it to 10. I was gonna say this is the healthiest dog that I've ever had, but I don't think that's true. I don't remember much about the first one. The first one made it to like 5. Died in an accident, so it wasn't a health thing. The dog that made it to 10, it was a health thing. Because her breeder was like psycho. He actually... Well, the stream disconnected and reconnected like as I killed it. So, where was I? Psycho breeder. He's in prison now. I'm giving the TLDR because I don't know when it would have cut me out. Can someone just throw emotes in to get the disconnect and reconnect off the screen, please? Thank you. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Breeder for the dog that only made it to 10 because of health issues was like full-blown psycho. He's in prison because of his dog breeding practices. Because he was like trying to genetically engineer the puppies. Like he was injecting like the newborn puppies and the parents like pre-birth with a bunch of like shit to try to make like the perfect dogs. Like it was batshit crazy. He's from Wisconsin. He's in prison. There were news articles about him. I don't know what his name was, but it was the breeder that we got that dog from. It's like, wow. That's something. No wonder she only made it to 10 because of health complications. What dog? Yellow lab. She was a yellow lab. She went like full blind by like 7 years old. Assumedly, you know, like all of her health complications are like safe to assume what could have caused these complications given the breeder that she came from. Did I put a level into okay, I did put it into intelligence. I think 34 I can get another one of the dragon incants on. Or sorceries. I keep saying incants. Dragon magic is normally incants in Elden Ring. Underworld bubble shield. It's a bubble shield. Man, that is really bright. It's quite the flashy magic we got there. How much damage do you think I take in this? 10 to 13 is average lifespan of the dog? Yeah, we put her down. She, like, you know, dogs can definitely... She could have gone further. Maybe, but like... Yeah. I did turn into a bubble. It's hanging around. It's staying here. Like, I don't know if this just lasts really long or what. Oh, there it goes. You think it was... I didn't take damage from that, though, did I? Hold on. Let's see. Hit me with your best shot. Hit me. Hit me like a man. Come on. I can take it. I keep getting paranoid now that OBS is going to drop again. You have to actually hit me. Oh my god. This is the game that scares people away because they think it's gonna be too hard, by the way. There it is! I barely took damage. It did stun me. I did take a little bit, but like, considering the shot that I just took and the amount of health it took away, I think that this is gonna be a really, really good spell to have. Like, for boss fights and shit, this is gonna be pretty ridiculous, in all honesty. Especially for how long it lasts. And for pretty much just being like a saving grace if I get hit. It is super bright, though. Insane, like, distractingly bright. Alright. Got the bubble gun. I don't really want to use it unless it's against tough enemies because, wow, that shit kind of hurt my eyes a little bit. I actually haven't done this fort in a long time. I wouldn't be surprised if this is one that they did some reworking to, since it's fairly large, just going off of my memory. So far, it looks about the same from what I remember. I actually don't think I've done this, like, since my first playthrough, but I distinctly remember this. Hold on. If there... God damn it. I want a chance to try this shit out. Like, to actually hit an enemy with it. Okay, I got it off. Oh my god. Come on, hit him. Hit him. Did like 700 damage when it hit him. I think it said 683. I couldn't read it exactly, but I think that's what I saw. Not too shabby. Not a super useful spell. It's one that there might be some bosses here and there that I could realistically hit with it. But I don't really know. I don't really know if I'm gonna hardcore stick to the dragon spells. I feel like they get a little bit off theme, even though they are like ice and lightning together. Like, it feels like it's a little off of the ice theme to me. The dragon spells, I don't know. And they only scale off of intelligence, so in a more like fully built out, like stat-wise build, I probably would get better damage scaling from like pure ice spells, since they scale off of 2 stats instead of 1. It's a really good thing about some of the magic that they added here, is that you can kind of get like a... It's like a quality build for magic. Like, spells typically only build off of one stat in FromSoft games. Like, it'll be the intelligence or the faith stat. This game adds arcane, right? But normally it's one or the other for spells and miracles, respectively. But now, with this mod, they've added a lot that are like, this one uses intelligence and faith, or this one uses intelligence and arcane, or this one uses faith and arcane. And it's like, we're mixing and matching. They're getting you to branch out and try like some hybrid builds a lot more than you would otherwise, which is dope. And it's like a hybrid build stat-wise, but in terms of sorry, my brain right now. In terms of like the theming of the build, obviously I'm gonna generally stick to the ice spells because they're intelligence and arcane. I might branch out and use dragon spells for a bit if I find really good ones compared to the ice spells I have, like I'm starting to do right now. But long term, I'll probably end up going back to just ice spells because they're gonna scale better in late game. And eventually I'll find those high tier ice spells as well that just compete with the dragon spells that I found a bit ago. It's good stuff. TLDR, it's good stuff. It's a very long-winded way of me saying it. But, you know, we're all about giving the rationale here. Oh man, I might finish that video tonight. There's so much caffeine in my system. I might just sit down and bang it out. I might. I'm really thinking about it. I also almost just started to say something that would have actually, like, given the hint that I gave earlier, probably given away the video entirely. Especially for Jess, who actually looked at, like, upcoming games to try to see what it could be. Whew. Oh, that staggered? Just hitting him with 2 of the ice arrows? That's definitely still my best spell that I've found, like, all around. It's got the scaling, it's spammable, it's got good damage. It's definitely my strongest spell. I wouldn't know what it would be, even with all the hints. It would definitely have been a dead giveaway. I almost just said something stupid in terms of, like, it would have just given it away entirely. I will not leak the video. This one also, like, if you were really paying attention in the past, during streams, I technically mildly leaked the last couple videos, like the Far Cry and the Dead Island one. Because you literally would have seen, like, my Steam library with the game installed. But there was never a moment where I showed my Steam library with the game installed for this one.
There's a face I've not seen before.
So that didn't even happen this time.
Warden of this castle, as ordained by Lord Godric himself. But you can see how things have turned out. The menials have all rebelled. They gave me good service, or so I thought. But it seems it was all an act. Foul creatures, as it said, and true enough, they're foul inside and out. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but whatever you come here to do, I'm afraid Castle Morn won't hold much longer. Take this, by way of apology.
Oh, thank you.
I see. From Arena.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're dead, but I can't leave yet. Even if the castle should fall, as commander, I must remain to ensure the treasured sword of Morn does not fall into the wrong hands.
You saying I can find it on your Steam? I didn't even say that.
If you see Arena, do tell her that her father will come for her once he's fulfilled his duty.
Sir, Elden Ring.
If you see
Hello,
Arena, do
Kareem?
tell
Is
her
that how I'm supposed to say it?
that her father will come
Correct
for
me if
her.
I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm just saying with the last couple of videos, like, when my games crashed or whatever, because I use desktop capture, like, my Steam library will pop up for a second, and it'll be like, you know, you could probably look at it, and out of the few games installed, because I really don't keep games installed unless I'm using them for something, you probably could have just been like, why does he have Dead Island installed? Like, that's a bit random. Because, you know, I'm also Mr. I don't game outside of doing stuff for content at this point. So someone definitely could have been like, why does he have Dead Island installed? Like, if anyone had called it out, it would have brought attention to it. Souls games really do suck out your lifetime. Especially when you get big mods like this, where it's like, oh, I can be a Frost Witch now. And run around and use a whole bunch of, like, new custom spells. Then realize you already did the Dead Island. Yeah. And the same thing happened with, like, the Far Cry one, where it's like, he has the original Far Cry installed. That might be a little weird. That might be a little abnormal. Takes Elden chug. I'm almost out of water, too. After the giant thing of tea that I sat here sipping, I've almost drank all my water afterwards. I've been just chugging in general this stream. Yeah, I don't think I'm changing anything. Gotta go all the way down and fight this boy. I like replaying Souls games. I definitely... Well, it's weird. With Elden Ring, I have enjoyed replaying it more than my first playthrough. God damn it. Oh, I survived! But, like, with things like Dark Souls, I've always had the most fun on a first playthrough. Like, repeat playthroughs just don't live up to it. I think Elden Ring, just because of, like, all the different builds and stuff that you can do, like how much variety there is, And because it's a lot easier when you know what you're going for, and you can do it a lot quicker, I've enjoyed replaying Elden Ring more than I enjoyed my first playthrough of it. This mod is great. This feels a lot more like a first playthrough. Really miss the feelings of playing an easy game. There have been some really chill games. I guess a lot of the games that I really enjoyed this year. The only recently played showing up is Lies of P on my Steam. Like outside of like videos for, games for like streams or shorts or whatever, I'm sure you mean. Or like Vampire Survivors, because the not DLC. They updated it and added like 5 achievements, so of course I had to grab those. That stuff. It's better to play Elden Ring twice than play the Gollum game once. I watched like the first half of Angry Joe's review on it, and it was really funny. Like, that shit did have me laughing a lot more than I thought it would. Because it popped up in my feed, and I was like, oh, people told me this video was really funny. I should watch it. And I watched, like, half of it. Because I had to... I wasn't able to watch the whole thing, because it was right before stream yesterday that it popped up for me. But I watched, like, 10 minutes of it. Oh, Shredder's Revenge looked like it was actually pretty fun. I didn't end up buying it, but a friend of mine was like, if I buy it, would you play it, like, over the Steam Remote Play or whatever? And I was like, yeah, I would play that. But he just never pulled the trigger on it. If he does, I would probably still play it. Oh, hey, you dropped down to here. It's best review in ages. Yeah, I just haven't even seen Angry Joe or even, like, heard about him for a long time before this video, when people told me that this one was worth watching. It's 10 out of 10. It looked really fun to me, because I remember, like, being a kid and the arcade machines, like the Turtles arcade machines, were always so good. Like, those were the best games in the arcade if they had one. It's funny because I feel like I age myself even saying arcade games. Because, like, obviously, the arcade was not as big when I was a kid as it used to be. But even then, like, I feel like now arcades, for the most part, are just so dead. Like, most kids now, arcades are just not really a thing that they go to. I loved going to the arcade when I was a kid. I loved arcade games. There were a couple good ones near where I grew up. And obviously there was, like, Chuck E. Cheese, right? But the actual arcades had the good shit. Chuck E. Cheese had some good shit. But not like the real arcades. Any more? Oh, there's a Grace. Sweet. It's like throwing 60 bucks in the trash. I couldn't disagree more this year. Modern games suck if you really only buy, like, multiplayer games. But, like, this year is the best single-player year that we've had in, like, a decade. Like, the games this year have just been insane. We've had such a good year. Like, just the amount of games that have scored in the 90s this year is the most that have happened. It's the highest scoring year, like, overall since, like, I think 2014, just statistically, for, like, reviews and everything. Like, it's been such a good year between, like, Dead Space. Atomic Heart was a mixed bag, but there was some good there. Hogwarts Legacy, Jedi Survivor, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Tears of the Kingdom. Like, it's been a great first half of the year. And then, like, Diablo 4 and Street Fighter came out, like, a month ago. And those are both great, if that's your sort of thing. Like, fighting games or ARPGs. It's been such a good year. And, like, next month starts the next big release season of, like, there's gonna be Armored Core, Mortal Kombat. What else? Cyberpunk expansion, Starfield. I'm missing some. Spider-Man 2. Alone in the Dark remake. Like, there's still so much that's going to come out this year. It's crazy how good this year has been for games. Bah. Bah. Like, it's a really bad time to be into, like, multiplayer shooters and, like, sports games and stuff. Like, kind of the big things that the majority of the gaming audience plays, but for single player, like, if you're someone who's got, like, a good variety of tastes, like, I play such a variety of games that this year has been, like, I can't keep up with the games. Like, I can't even finish them in time for the new ones to come out. Anyway, I just realized that it's 4:01. I didn't even notice. So it's about that time. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy, and you haven't done so already, feel free to go ahead and leave a sub, come back another time. We're doing this. We're doing Tears of the Kingdom 100% still. Still getting through that. Maybe more than halfway done at this point. We've been playing Final Fantasy for the first time. We've been playing Dark Souls 2 for the first time. We've been doing a lot of stuff, and obviously a lot of new games coming out later this year that we'll be playing. Also, if you enjoyed, feel free to go ahead and leave a like on the stream. Helps out a lot with algorithm and stuff. Even when the stream ends, it still turns into a video and goes out to, like, search and recommended and stuff. People still find it that way, so I appreciate the boost. Thank you if you've done so already. Thank you if you're about to do so. If you're looking for links to anything outside of the YouTube channel to engage with the community, feel free to check out links in the description. Things like Twitter, Discord server, TikTok, any of that you might be looking for. It's all down there near the bottom. Other than that, I'm going to go get that video edited, maybe. No promises that it'll be done by tomorrow morning and out, but at the very latest, it'll be Wednesday morning. I'm going to go get a lot of progress done, at least. So, once again, I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see all of you back here next time. I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Thank you for coming to the stream, and goodbye.